you know, oh,
Hello, everyone. Here we are again. It's episode 36, and it's Wednesday, and there he is, Delboy. Here he is again.
do you know, I forgot. I haven't sent my 36 separate invoices for me appearing on this show yet.
Yeah.
And the sausage rolls he supplies are still bloody awful.
No.
But there you go.
So, as usual, we better get on. And I usually say, "What's you been watching, lad?"
Well, that's what I'm ever so sorry that we're late, but I'll talk about a little bit about me going back to work, because that's one of the reasons why I'm a bit late. But we were talking about what I was watching this afternoon, and Legends, as I've mentioned it before, Legends is one of those free channels where they show the old movies. You know, they don't show things like they do on Sky. You know, it's a free view channel. They had Zulu Dawn on. And I thought, oh, Zulu Dawn. I've seen Zulu. I haven't seen Zulu Dawn. So I watched it, and it's great. And I instantly went on Amazon, and this is what I was explaining to Ian. Instantly went on Amazon, and we both are upset that you can't get there's no 4K edition of either of these films. But Zulu has a 50th anniversary Blu-ray, and it only costs like $5.99 on Amazon. I mean, £5.99 on Amazon. I mean, how cheap is that? I mean, my good God. And Zulu Dawn, which is made 15 years later and is really nowhere near Zulu, you know what I mean, in quality. It's a good film, but it's nowhere near as good as Zulu is an American release, which has a Blu-ray and a DVD in the box, and it's like 20 quid.
Oof.
But I had to order them both, because it's like, do you know what? My thinking was, even though Zulu must get a 4K very soon, I can't see why it won't. It's $5.99. You know, I could take that to Kex and get 10 pence, and I wouldn't be upset. You know what I mean? It's like $5.99, and I'd be getting the steel book and the deluxe edition or whatever it was. So I'm not really that bothered. So what have I been watching? I watched Zulu Dawn this morning. What might please Muckman Movies, and I'll have to turn my thingy off. There we go. Is I finally got round to watching Seven Samurai, the BFI edition. That's anybody can see it's the BFI one. It's not the Criterion one. 3 hours, like Muckman said, it went through quite quick, and I loved it. I can't comment about whether it's better than the Criterion edition, but what I can say is the 4K has got Dolby Vision, and usually that's a sign that it's a new restoration. BFI don't usually do a bad restoration. If you've ever watched Get Carter, you'll know how the quality is. I looked at it and went, oh, it's not quite Get Carter quality, but it's bloody close.
Right.
And I don't look at things like, oh, if there's lots of grain, then it's more quality. Grain is just a natural thing that occurs depending on the film stock they used and the lighting of the film. And it's not exactly the lightest of films to watch. It is obviously set on on farms, and all of that sort of stuff. And so it's outside, but it's not daylight for 3 hours. Do you know what I mean? So you can, I have to look at it. Anybody that's looking at this screen right now will see that I've got artificial light going on, and you'll see that there's more grain, and that's because of the way that cameras work with light. It's just a natural thing. So I did. So it's by the way, love the film. If anybody hasn't got the film, get the film. As soon as they've got that film, they've got to pair it with Battle Beyond the Stars and Magnificent Seven, as far as I'm concerned. If you can't afford all of those, get the Magnificent Seven and the Seven Samurai. They're perfect pairings. Absolutely. Seven Samurai blew me away. It's 3 hours long. It's a much more in depth. It's a simple story, but it's more in depth. Do you know what I mean? It's, I don't want to say too much because I might do a little retrospective, an unboxing
good.
thing.
Yeah, be good. Good.
One thing I did watch as well this week is Galaxy Quest.
Oh, fantastic!
Absolutely marvelous. So that was great. I watched Dune 2, The Prophet TV series. I'm about 4 episodes in.
Yeah.
Have you seen that, Ian? Because you love Dune.
I haven't actually seen that. No. What's it like in terms of quality for a TV series?
Yeah, it's good. It's good. That's why I said I'll send you the episodes. That's not a problem. So that's been good. The only other TV program I'm about to watch is Watchmen, because I got it for from HMV for about like £4 or something. It was sort of like in a sale. And I bought it along with Contact, which we were talking about last week.
Yeah, there we are. Yeah.
So that was that. What I'm excited to re-watch is Last Night in Soho.
Oh, it's a fantastic film. Brilliant film.
I'm looking forward to re-watching that.
Remember, really is a good film, isn't it? Yeah.
Two things that came from the States was Night Gallery Season 1 and Night Gallery Season 2 on Blu-ray.
Yeah.
These are Blu-ray editions. I couldn't afford Series 2. I got 1 and 3 because Season 1 was £20. Season 3 was £20. Season 2 was $49.99.
How come? It was
no idea, but I weren't gonna buy season 2 at $49.99.
Yeah, it's a lot. That's a hell of a lot.
And just to get your laughing gear and your mouth all foaming, right round the mouth. My Interstellar turned up.
Yes. Oh yeah. How much did that cost?
Which is absolutely gorgeous. Look.
Yeah, expensively gorgeous.
And the price was a placeholder. It was when I pre-ordered it, £99, like Gladiator and what was that other film I bought that was £99? It was really expensive, and I got it as a voucher. Anyway. It eventually dropped to $59.99 everywhere. I think
that is good. Yeah.
I got an email saying you saved on your pre-order by $39.99 or something stupid. So I was happy with that. And like I say, it's got a plethora of extras. There's a book in there. There's cards, pin badges. There's all of that sort of stuff. And apparently, Santa is dropping off now a film. It's Transformers 1 on Steelbook. It says here, "You're the next stop."
Santa, where is he?
So, Santa apparently is outside my door, and I bet you any money my mum can't even hear the bloody door knock. So that's probably going to be left under a car or something. So I might have to just go and check that.
Yeah. Does it say is it delivered now then?
It says you're the next stop.
Oh yeah. Oh, anytime then. Oh, the excitement. We ought to have outside.
I'm bound sure to say something in a minute. I'm bound sure to say it's in something in a minute. It's going to say it's delivered, right? And because it's only a steelbook, it'll be put through the letterbox, so my mum won't even hear. They won't knock on the door. They won't do any of that. I'll be lucky if the bloke gets out the car and doesn't throw it into the garden. You know what I mean? Like they've been doing with a lot of parts.
No.
You know what I mean? And it's a steel book. So yeah.
In one of them thin bags. Oh no, please.
Right. So I might in 2 minutes just go and check it. So if you are talking about, I'll tell you what, I will go and check that it's here just about when I'm falling asleep.
About the music.
When you're talking about the
isn't that much
music,
to talk about music.
when you talk about the music that I'm gonna fall asleep to.
All the albums that you don't know notes about, and just not interested. Anyhow, let's talk about what I watched this week. Let's see.
If I disappear, you know where I'm at. All right.
Yeah,
so
I understand.
I've put my picture back up, so you know.
Yeah. Right. I watched Prime is always a good place to look at films to remind you of things and films that you haven't seen. And I watched The Pink Panther, A Shot in the Dark, and Return of the Pink Panther with Peter Sellers and
I wondered whether you were going to say. I wondered if you were going to say Steve Martin. I was going to go right. I'm going now.
I'm not watching that.
I'm going now, and I'll see you in a bit. You know.
No blooming way would I be watching that. Absolutely. Oh crikey! I haven't seen them for years, you know, and they're still funny. They're still. He's hilarious. Inspector Clouseau is just such a wonderful creation. Absolutely wonderful the way he is. You can't help but laugh. It's everything he does, and the timing as well. Everything must be so well choreographed as well.
Are you going to do a review? Are you going to do a review of those?
No, I don't know. I just felt like I just enjoyed them. I didn't want to go into
the reason I was going to ask you, are you going to do a review? Because I was going to stop asking questions. It's just that
no, it's all right. You keep doing that.
He has got a servant called Cleto, hasn't he? You know.
That's right. Which is Burt Watt.
And I'm just wondering, is the fact that people probably are, because I don't think many people talk about the Pink Panther very much. That's the first thing.
Yeah.
Do you think it might be because of how that particular character is treated in regards to its race?
Yeah.
The second thing I was going to ask
because there's the running joke in the films that he keeps attacking him every so often, and he's learning his self-defense, and he comes jumping out, and there are other things in there that they probably, some people might have a problem with, but they didn't put anything before them, which is good. Nobody's obviously cracked onto it yet. Because I watched them without anything in front of them, like I thought there might be.
How many were in the series, the Pink Panther series?
Well, I think I watched 3, and they seem to be ones on there. And then there was there's a compilation after he died. They did one.
Yeah.
Which
I thought they did 4. I'm not sure.
I don't know.
I remember loving the first one.
Yeah.
The second one I think was pretty good as well. The third one was the one that they kept showing clips on Tiswas on. And if you go back to Tiswas.
I think,
and I believe it's the one where he has a nervous breakdown, isn't it? His superior tried to get Peter Sellers.
Herbert Lom. Yeah, that's the one. That's the Return of the Pink Panther.
Right.
It ends up right at the end. He's in Herbert Lom's totally beaten and in a psychiatric hospital, and that's the one. Yeah.
And I believe it's just one of them. They say, "Oh, that really is the worst of the bunch," and then there wasn't much more, and they didn't make any more. And I don't know whether that was because Peter Sellers.
Well, he died as well.
Well, you see, his last film is so poignant, isn't it? It's
that's right.
It's the one where he's a butler, isn't he? He's a butler.
Yeah.
Not what it's called now. Being something or other.
Being there. I think it's called Being There.
Being there. Yeah, that's what I mean. I think that's what it's called. That's a gorgeous film.
Yeah.
And it was a return to form, if I remember rightly, when it got reviewed. So they must have also noted that the Pink Panther was declining in popularity because it was made in those later ones were made in the 70s.
Yeah.
mid-70s.
I think, yeah, actually, I think I kind of agree with you there about the Pink Panther. Is that, you know, after you'd done a couple of the Pink Panther films, the formula started to already creak a little bit, you know, even after a couple, because there's only so much of this sort of things that he could do. I think he was more limited, and it didn't. You're right. It didn't work quite as well. I don't think you're. I think you're right. Definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah, I enjoyed them. It was a good trip. You know, not seen them for many years, and I did enjoy his character. He obviously put a lot of work into doing that character, and it works well.
Well, I'm glad you watched it, because it's enabled me to ask some definite questions, because I thought David Niven was great in the first one.
Yes, the first one.
And a lot of people don't know that if you do watch that film, the Pink Panther is a diamond.
Yes, that's right. Yeah.
So that's where that comes from, and yet the diamond is not really mentioned too much in all the others, but it's still the Pink Panther.
No, that's right. Yeah.
Which a lot of people get confused. Why are the others called the Pink Panther when it was about the Pink Panther? I think it's also worth
mentioning Claudia Cardinelli, because she's the leading lady in it, and I think she's really good. She's the best, actually. If you looked through all series, you would put her as the best. She was absolutely fantastic in that role with David Niven. They both. There was quite a bit of magic there going on. I think it was really worked well. So I think you're right. It did decline, but he was so funny still. But then, the films, I think, just.
So you carry on talking, because I'm just going to go. Apparently, it's delivered, so I just want to see if it's inside the house. All right.
Okay. Right. So that was sort of Pink Panther that I watched, and I did enjoy it. I didn't bother with the remake, of course, the Steve Martin remakes. I've heard they're really bad. I've never seen them, and I just had no intention. Now the next films I watched were I'd seen them on physical media, but I'd never bought them, and it's Don't Breathe, which is 2016, and then Don't Breathe 2, which is 2021. I think that one probably got delayed with the pandemic. And there is a third one definitely in the pipeline. I've looked up on it's going to go ahead. So that could welcome next year. What I liked about these is this sort of badass character, the way they made him. They did such a great job. He's a blind guy. We've had that kind of story before, but I don't think we've had such a badass character. He is fantastic. And there's a nice sort of running story with his daughter as well in that. And of course, you get, the intruders wherever he is, and the intruders. You think, well, the odds are against him, but that's what makes these films. And he's so badass. I think he's great, and so I'm really excited that they're doing this third film.
So what film are you talking about?
Don't Breathe. Have you seen them?
Oh, you're talking shit. You're talking shit. It's all right. Right. So we'll do an opening. We'll do we'll do an opening, because we don't want shit on this show.
So, okay. It's got some unboxing. It's all right.
So have a look. This is exciting, isn't it, for Christmas?
Come on, let's get some excitement.
No, look, it's just turned up,
Yeah.
I'll just inspect it. No, there's no dents. No.
Good.
Right, so it's Transformers 1 Steelbook. And it says it's got a Blu-ray in there. That's all right.
Yeah.
So yeah, so that's another one for me to watch.
Is
So
that a
yeah,
live action one? I don't know nothing about Transformers.
do you know
Virtually
what?
nothing.
I ordered. I didn't get to the cinema to see that one, if I remember
Yeah.
rightly. When Pete was saying, everybody was saying that's good.
Yeah.
You know, but the other thing, just before you go any further, Steve's just said something interesting. He said he's bought a Blu-ray player less than a month ago and it's died already. Is this a world record? No, it's not. They can be dead on arrival, like my one.
That is
Right.
If you remember
rightly, my 4K player turned up with a smashed chassis.
Yeah.
And they gave me the most expensive blue 4K player that they could, and they let me have it for just an extra £100. The good news. This is the good and the bad news. I've spoken to Steve about this. They are going to replace it, but he's got to get to the post office to actually get it returned, and it's going to cost him obviously money because he's in Blackpool. So he's up north.
Yeah.
He's quite far away from where he's got to return it to, and so that means it costs him money, which I think is pretty poor. Whenever I've spoken to Amazon, I've always turned around and said, can it do Every do pickups? And they did. They do pickups. So I'm very, very surprised on that. I do feel sorry for him because we encouraged him to get a Blu-ray player, and we told him, "Oh, you won't be disappointed. It's so much better," and all of this sort of stuff. And his is broken down already. And just another thing that I read an article on, I don't know if anybody knows this, but LG, the big manufacturer, has stopped making Blu-ray players and 4K players totally, and while stocks last across the world.
Wow.
So you will not be able to buy LG physical players once stock has gone. Now, the article does continue to say LG is one of the weakest brands for 4K and Blu-ray players. They're not very good quality. Their answer to why they've done it is Sony and Microsoft, with their gaming consoles, have decided to make the disk drive player inside the consoles an optional extra. In other words, they're digital editions where you download the game.
Wow.
Now, this is bad news from physical media from a certain perspective, because Blu-ray won the format wars because of the Sony PlayStation 3, right? There was Microsoft and Sony, one going for HD, the other one going for Blu-ray. The PlayStation 3 was more popular. The Xbox, the HD player was an optional extra. You had to buy it extra. A year later, and there was no HD players. Now, if both consoles are not going to have now a physical disc in it and it's an optional extra, that's a death knell for physical media.
Yeah.
Because when you buy a games console, you can watch films.
Yeah.
And if both of them have turned around and said, "Oh, we're still doing a drive, but you buy it as an £100 extra that goes on it," then you got to turn around and say, "Watch out, physical media." That's all I'm saying on that.
Yeah.
Watch this. I hope.
I don't know much about games, but are they going the same way that they're getting rid of?
Well, this is what I'm saying. In the last couple of years, they have put games out on physical media, but most of the time, you go to a shop within the game console, you buy it, and you download it.
Oh wow, that's bad.
So that means two things: you can't sell it on in packs, right? So Sony keep the money, right? The other thing is you don't need a player anymore.
Wow.
So you lower the price of the console, and you probably don't pass that on to the customer.
Oh,
so it will still cost you the same amount of money, but you don't get a player with it. But the big importance of that is you can't watch films on it without a player.
Yeah.
And so therefore streaming becomes the recognized medium for watching films.
Yeah.
Through the console.
Which is another bad thing.
And there are many people that would buy a games console, but also buy a 4K player. Now, I do.
Yeah.
I recognize that the console is a far cheaper player than the one that you'd buy in a dedicated player.
Yeah.
Even the console that I've got behind me, which is a PlayStation 5 and it's an early edition, it doesn't have Dolby Vision or HDR. So in other words, all of that stuff, it's just a 4K player, right?
Yeah.
So you don't have Dolby digital sound and all of this sort of stuff. It has got HDR, but it's not HDR that we recognize in our standard players, in our standalone players. It's the lower brand of HDR, if you see what I mean. HDR comes in several flavors. There's HDR plus and all of this sort of stuff. So all I'm saying is that I do hope it's not the death knell for Blu-ray and physical media, but just recognize the fact that the last time that something like this happened, that Sony won the format war, first of all. If both consoles have turned around and said it's an optional extra, then for people to watch films now, they've got to turn to streaming or buy a dedicated player.
Yeah.
You see what I mean?
Yeah.
So I don't know whether that'll push people to buy the to buy the add-on.
Yeah.
Right. Or whether that's going to push the physical media down even further. So that was a bad article. That was a bad article for me to read earlier.
Yeah, LG, it's a bad blow, isn't it? If they're going to do that.
Well, that's what they said. I didn't feel bad about it because this is the other thing. They haven't made a new UHD player since 2021.
Oh, so they're not.
So all the LG models that are out there are 3-year-old models, where Sony have brought out one this year and Panasonic have brought out one this year and all of that. LG pulled out long ago.
Yeah.
And what they're saying is, because they were so badly received by critics, the picture quality is bad, the build quality is bad, it's a cheap piece of shit, etc., etc. Then they just basically said, we're not making them anymore. That's all they've done. So it's a nothing article until you read about the Microsoft and Sony totally turning around and saying that their players are now an add-on that you have to buy.
Yeah.
And as soon as I read that, I went, wow.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Not good at all. Oh, well. What can you say? Oh, dear.
Yep. So I just wanted to answer that one quite quickly.
Yeah, no, I think it's
pertinent. It's pertinent to what we're talking about. So
yeah, it is. What can you say?
So carry on with.
I'm trying to think now where I was. I've talked about Don't Breathe. I highly recommend
it was Don't Breathe. So carry on talking about the films that got you to sleep this week. Sorry, carry on.
Let's see. Yeah, thank you very much.
You missed that joke then. Yeah, go on, but anyway,
it's all right. Let's see. Yeah, I've watched this set of Ealing comedies. Absolutely brilliant. It's a lovely collection. It's got Kind Arts and Coronets. The Man in the White Suit,
which is a brilliant film. The Man in the White Suit,
and the Lady Killers.
The Man in the White Suit is an actual favourite of mine.
Yeah, I was just. Do you know something? I was just going to say, if I had to pick one out of those four, and they're all brilliant, I would have picked The Man in the White Suit because it reminds me very much of that period. Like, I'm All Right, Jack is about sort of labour and the employers, and this is the same really, because they both have to get together and oppose this development of the white suit because it's against their interests and the jobs, and it's a brilliant film. Alec Guinness, absolutely great. And I loved what the bit that always made me laugh was seeing all these bottles making lots of funny noises, and
well, yeah.
it's so
Do
funny.
you remember it? His lab looks like our old chemistry class when we used to go to school.
That's right. I loved it. He's great in it. He's really great. That white suit, fantastic.
I mean, I'm a bit different to you. I would watch the Lady Killers over the Man with the White Suit, but
yeah,
there's
Lady
nothing.
Killers they're all good.
There's but what I was going to say, Ian, is there's nothing in it. There really is nothing in it. It's like
there isn't. It's just if I had to choose one. I mean, it's like
what I'm trying to say is I think there's a little more humor in the Lady Killers.
Yeah. But I like but the thing in the kind arts and coronets I liked was the fact that you had to get rid of all these people. It was crossing them out and getting rid of them. And Alec Guinness played, I think there's 12 of them. He played all 12 parts.
That's right, he did, didn't he? Yeah.
It's good, but there was something about the Man in the White Suit which just absolutely loved.
Oh, it's a brilliant film. I mentioned it because not a lot of people talk about that film.
Yeah,
it's actually quite good. You see a lot of him running down the streets with this white suit on. It nearly glows in the dark. This damn
it does. Yeah, it's
actually quite funny.
It's funny and it reflects that period in time, and I really like that because I think it's 1959. And you're thinking exactly about what's going on at that period. So
I think it's got what is now considered a trope, but wasn't a trope back then, which is he's a sort of scientist nerd, and there's a girl in it, isn't it, that he likes?
Yeah, that's right.
You know? And it's all, and you know how that is in films now. It's like, why is it that the nerd has always got this pretty lady that they nowhere near, they're punching 50 million miles above their weight, but at the end of the film, they get the girl, right?
Yeah.
And yet this film is what, 1950? What
59.
Is it? 59, right? And that means it must have been in its infancy, that joke. And yet it's been repeated how many times up until now?
Always. So but it's such a good film. I absolutely loved it. But it's a really nice set. They're all really good.
That's from Muckman Movies, isn't it?
Yeah. Yes. Jamie sent that one.
Because if I remember rightly, Girls and Boys, Ian did an opening of a box from Muckman that you can still see even now today. So bookmark Ian's website and go to the YouTube channel and look down his list, and you will find it buried around about 50 videos down because he does about 10 a day, the bastard. Right? But it's there. So even though there's about 49 videos before it, you will find it, and it's worth watching.
What can I say?
And it won't say upcoming on it either.
No.
like the other 15 that I saw today. So,
you have to be well prepared. You have to be well prepared. I've been slipping this week, actually.
Oh, have you? Is it 14 upcomings, not 15, like it was last week? Is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see that being an awful slip. Yeah.
Let's see what else I watched. My Doctor Who one is interesting this week. I've just got this down, which is The Leisure Hive.
The
Leisure Hive is really quite an interesting story. It's the opening story of season 18.
That's right.
Season 18, 1980. And this is all change in many ways. We've got a new script writer, which is Christopher H. Bidmead. But the important thing is the producer. And the producer is none other than John Nathan Turner.
That's right. And the opening story, there's a very important robot thing that sort of dies, isn't it? Really?
Yes, K9 gets the boot, really, in many ways. And a lot of people were cheering, I think. The idea was he'd come in, Jonathan Nathan Turner. And what's interesting about him now, he continues right up to the end of Doctor Who. he's the last producer of classic Doctor Who.
Yeah.
Um,
That's the
and,
East. Tell me, that's the E-Space trilogy. No, a little bit later on, isn't it?
That's
the
this
season, is the season with the E-Space trilogy. Isn't it?
This is Tom Baker's last season, really.
Is that the story? Is that the story where he looks like a cactus?
No, that's the next one, Meglos.
That's the next one. Meglos. See what I mean? The 1980 season is the season I get the most slips on, right?
Yeah.
Because I love Logopolis.
Yeah. Right? Oh, Logopolis, right? Genius.
And I always remember that the opening shot has got K9 walking into the sea and dying.
Yeah.
Bloody stupid thing to do. I always thought that it was a northern beach because it was full of shingles.
It's Brighton Beach,
but it's Brighton. So I'm always I get that wrong as well. I always think that was filmed up north. Look at all that shingle shit. Look at that.
It's funny. It said in the documentary, this director who did it got told off because he was trying to create like a cinematic feel to Brighton Beach. And they said,
because there's all those deck chairs, isn't there?
Get on with it.
There's all those deck chairs in an opening shot, isn't it?
Yeah.
And I went, and then everybody kept thinking, are those models or are those deck chairs?
But I love the fact that these people telling him to stop messing about. Get on with it. Trying to be a fancy filmmaker and whatever.
Who builds a dog without a water without a water sensor or something? Right? Don't go near water. Jesus Christ. Well, there you go.
If I'm fair about this story, I don't think it's the greatest of stories. It's a very average story, but the ideas behind it are quite interesting. But I enjoyed that, and it's an important story because they were trying to make Tom Baker not as daft. They felt it had gone too far on the Graham Williams. The last season of Graham Williams they felt was too silly.
My underlying remembrance of that whole season was Tom Baker definitely looks older in that season. It's almost like the weight of the world was on him in that season. Where the season before you could see he was getting older, but it didn't seem so bad. That season I always considered him, well, he's getting really old now.
Yeah, I think you're
He'd been in the role for what, 7 years?
I think even he was getting fed up, and I think that people were kind of frightened of him, almost directors and people coming in.
Oh yeah, he didn't get on, did he?
Yeah. And Graham Williams didn't get on really with him that well.
He always said, "Look, I've played the character so long, I know that he wouldn't say that. He wouldn't say it like that." And I get that, but I do think that he was like that from the beginning. But it really did become a defining thing for him when it comes to hiring him in the future, because it's like, oh, don't hire him. He's an arsehole to work with. And all of this kind of stuff. I just feel that when you play a character for that length of time, you really do have to listen to the actor and say, "Look, I've played this guy." You would think that the amount of words that have been put in my mouth that I'd know now what
the doctor
he would say and what he wouldn't say.
Yeah. Because some of the script writers were complaining that he was changing a lot of their lines. But if he felt that it wasn't the right way the doctor would speak, then I think, that's how.
The other thing is that they don't mention an awful lot of it in the books either. And I've read an awful lot of books on that period. Is the more that they tried to staple him down to not do that, the more an actor's going to turn around and say, "I will continue until you listen to me."
Yes.
If they'd have relaxed a little bit, I think he would have relaxed a little bit as well. It's just that they doubled down. Oh no, you will say it this way.
Yeah.
And if you say that to an actor who's played that character for 7 years, then he's either going to double down or he's going to say, "I'm off."
Yeah. And in the end, that actor might have more respect for the person for being honest and saying and not letting him get their way and saying, "Yeah, actually, I know exactly."
There's not many stories where the director is the scriptwriter.
Yes, yeah.
And the script writer, until that point, I think in the 80s, rarely was on set.
Yeah. Well, apparently Douglas Adams, because don't forget Douglas Adams.
And he was script
He
editor
said
as well,
purposely, he purposely said, "I want it silly." That was his words.
Yeah,
Apparently,
yeah.
it's in the documentary, and that was obviously interpreted in many ways and led to be totally silly, and that's why it went off. And he was the script editor.
Yeah.
So you've
And
got a script editor.
most of the recorded stuff in Sharda that remains is actually mostly jokes. It's all joke bits.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah.
him punting on the river, running and falling over. They're all joke stuff. That's all that survived that they filmed, which is Douglas Adams' story. So you can tell he wanted it silly. So,
he did. He said he wanted it silly, and there comes a point where
it's probably why he only lasted one season as script editor as well.
Well, yeah, I don't think he took it seriously enough. Really.
Yeah. I mean, he had a big thing coming out called, I don't know if anybody's heard. I don't know if anybody's heard of it, but it was called The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
Exactly.
It was a little book at the time.
Yeah,
but,
and that would rather have, that was a bit more important than Doctor Who in his terminology. It was, as it would be. His ego, look, I've worked hard. It's been what I've been wanting all my career, and he's got it.
It is by the way, my favorite book. It's got the most. It's got the funniest opening 4 pages I've ever read in a book. It is the funniest 4. All you got to do is buy the book, read the first 4 pages, and if you don't laugh, there's something wrong with you.
Yeah.
Right? Because it's all a narrative.
Yeah, it is.
And I don't know if you remember it. I won't give too much away. But it's about why men came out of the trees.
Yeah.
Right? And it's just brilliant, to be quite honest. Why we came out the trees, why we did, what and all of it. It's all about money. It's all about money. But I'll stop there because I don't want to give it away. The first 4 pages are pure gold of that book. And I can read them over and over again. Whenever I'm upset or bored or whatever it is, I'll read that. Cheers me right up. Me right up.
Yeah. Well, we can't say better than that. But maybe it just didn't work with Doctor Who because of what was going on with that book. It was what he'd been working for, obviously, as a writer. And then suddenly he's got this big, massive, and it was massive book. And Doctor Who just wasn't important then.
Yeah.
I don't think he was fully into the role anyhow as script editor. I don't think it was him really.
No.
It just
it's a lot of responsibility, and I don't think he wanted that really, to be quite honest.
No. But Doctor Who, it carried on and it made some changes and it worked, I think the final season of Tom Baker, he's reined in more, but he still produces some good stories, and Logopoulos as well. What a story that is! That is an amazing story.
It's amazing that it doesn't get more lines of text written about it than it does. I mean, it's an important story because it's his last story. But it's an interesting story. There's a lot of stuff that goes over people's heads in regards to measuring the TARDIS in 4 dimensions and all of this sort of stuff.
It's just so
having a TARDIS within a TARDIS is definitely.
Oh, and I love all that.
No.
Absolutely love all that. Yeah.
There was only one companion in it, which I thought was great.
Was Adric?
It was Adric that was left.
Yeah.
The mathematician.
Was Tegan in that?
She is, but she's introduced.
Yes, that's right. It's
because her mother is killed by the Master. I don't want to give too much away. But
and of course Nissan is in the previous story, the Keeper of Traken, which is where we get the Master for the
And
first
she doesn't appear until 2 episodes in.
Yeah.
And the first 2 episodes, I think, are pretty much gold. You've got the Doctor that's sort of like pacing up and down, saying that as things get older, the more they break down. It's where he introduced the word entropy to me. He says
That's
entropy.
right. Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
He said the more you put things together, the more things fall apart. And that's the third law of thermodynamics. And I've never heard a truer word. You hear about the cloister bell.
Oh wow!
There's
the cloister bell,
and then the concept that a doctor could actually watch his own regeneration and actually push him into a proper regeneration. So many firsts in that,
I think,
and
what elevates that story and all that period is that there is a sense of doom. You know, something. It really is got that feel, a darker feel to it.
Yeah,
that something bad is going to happen. Something really
all the time. He's looking around like this. He's opening the TARDIS door and looking around and seeing. It's almost like I know that something's going to happen to me.
Yeah,
and I'm sort of like waiting for it to appear. And he's pondering, do I care now? Maybe it's my time to go.
And that cloister bell just, I think, adds to that sense. Hearing that cloister bell,
and seeing the TARDIS with ivy growing on the sort of like arundels and stuff made it really look gothic.
Yeah,
I thought, wow, this is great.
It was. It's still one of the great episodes of Doctor Who history, and perhaps of the Fourth Doctor as well. Sort of his.
It's the last 2 episodes that let it down. I mean, if you think about it, who in their right minds thinks that the Earth is such an important planet that we can use one of our biggest receivers that we've got, which is small in comparison, that can basically hold the universe in place? I mean, there's alien technology, but Jesus Christ, you'd have to have a Death Star planet to do whatever that thing was supposed to be doing. And as much as I love our aerials and they are pretty big, and we have to remember that one of the biggest satellites is actually in Australia in a sheep field that actually gave us the broadcast of us landing on the moon, right? Right, that's in a sheep field, right, in Australia. You wonder to yourself, why didn't he land in Australia? There's a bloody bigger telescope there, you know, that you actually use than the one that they chose. Its only importance is that it was the biggest one in England at the time. You know, I mean, I remember that thing being built. It was the guy who designed it. It was his pet project, wasn't it? For years and years and years, they put more and more money into it. It took bloody ages to build. Because getting the money up together was pretty bad. But what I'm trying to say is, even on this planet, at that time, there was a bigger satellite. That thing, and yet it's holding the universe in place and stopping degradation of all the other planets. How? I don't know, but there you are. That's science fiction for you. But
I think the other big headline, of course, on that is the return of the Master, isn't it? After all these years,
of course.
Did we think that there would ever be a Master again?
And he's so lovely and egotistical. I remember his lines. He was going, "People of the universe, please listen up. I'm going to put the whole of the universe at ransom. You will do all this for me. Otherwise, you'll find your planet's going to disintegrate in around about 15 seconds time." I remember him talking into a microphone, and I was thinking, people of the universe, who's picking this thing up? Is it CB radio?
Yes.
Is it Rubber Duck? Rubber Duck. We're going to keep the pirate planet, keep the planet for ransom. That's a big 10-4, you honky, or whatever it is. What? Who was listening to this broadcast? Right? It's like, what? Does it span over everybody else's planet but the Earth because we're so behind and we wouldn't know? we wouldn't know about it. I don't know. It made me laugh because that is silly. But the first 2 episodes were just so on tack. It's great, you know.
I think perhaps as well, it's important in that sense of the return of the Master, because he's still following more of the old-fashioned Master, and he's the last one, because we've got the TV movie where we've got a different Master again, Eric Roberts playing the Master, and then of course we've got return after 2005, John Sims as the Master, who I never was a great fan of, to be honest. And I don't know. I can understand why he was there, and he's a popular actor, and he did certain things but I always preferred the more sort of old-fashioned Master for me.
Yeah.
But there we are. And goodness knows what's happening nowadays. I dread to think what we're going to have. Have we had a new Master yet again? I'm trying to think. I can't even. I don't know new stuff. I'm totally don't know where I am with it. I don't know. I better not go on about. I'll end up ranting and raving about Doctor Who. We don't want that. So we've had. How long have we had? We've had 50 minutes so far. Shall we just get into the questions?
Why not?
People are saying, right. So let's get in there. We've got Sai saying, evening, gang. Hello, Sai. Welcome. And thank you for being here. And then we've got Ross saying, how are you all? Yeah, we're all right. Fine. Thank you. Thanks for joining us. And then we've got Sai saying, tomorrow I'm going to a special screening of the 1960 Billy Wilder classic, The Apartment. It's one of my all-time faves. I can't wait to see it on the big screen. I know somebody else who likes The Apartment as well.
I like everything Billy Wilder. The Apartment is Jack Lemmon. And it's just a fantastic film, an absolute corker of a film. Jack Lemmon just plays that particular type of character all the time. Or just do me a favor, Ian, if you could just look at your comments and just do your timeout thing for me, where you're at the bottom. It's one of those films where Jack Lemmon plays that type of character that's sort of like a bit of a nervous Nelly, and it's got that trope in it again, where he wants to go out with the girl. The girl in this particular instance is the person who helps people up through the elevators, and it's just he's elevated to such a high level because he's got an apartment that these executives can use to wine and dine their sort of bit on the sides, if you see what I mean. And I don't want to go any more into it because Billy Wilder, he does a great yarn. You know what I mean? He weaves a good story, but he's more character, more emphasis on characters is what I'm trying to say. Than any other screenwriter and director. He did direct some things than I've ever seen. The Apartment kickstarted my love of it, with Some Like It Hot being what I consider to be his best film. The Odd Couple. There's no taking away what The Odd Couple is to cinema. I mean, it's an absolute joy, but Some Like It Hot is my favorite. The Apartment is bloody close.
It's
and
fantastic.
when you look at these, every single one of those has got Jack Lemmon in it.
Yeah. And he's one of your favorite actors, isn't
and
he?
He's You put him with Walter Matthau, and I just can't stop laughing. But Jack Lemmon has always been my favorite. When he died, it was just so upsetting.
Yeah. Right, I'll go on to the next.
I am absolutely. I know you're going to have a great time.
Yeah.
All I want to say to you is you've got somebody here who's dead jealous. You've put something up there that makes me want to get in my car now and travel up north to go and watch it with you. I tell you now, I haven't seen it at the cinema in years. God.
So we've got Ross saying, hope you are well tonight, lads. Thank you, Ross. We're okay, aren't we? Well, we should be okay. And then we've got Mer saying, hi, Ian. I'm here. Well, thank you, Mer, for joining all the way from the Philippines. Thank you so much. Fantastic.
Wish I could say hello in Philippine, whatever language.
Yeah. And Ross says, hope Del had a great first day back at work Monday and not so stressful. Yeah,
it's actually been an eye-opener. It's actually been pretty good. The problem I've got, and I'll mention it all in my blog really on Sunday, I don't want to give too much away, is I am absolutely cream crackered. I am Jacob, tired. I'm tired. So it's one of those things where I went to bed early yesterday, but I woke up earlier, so it didn't really help. So basically, when I got to start of work, it was more like it was time for dinner in hours. I woke up at 6:30 and started work at 8, and by the time it got to 10 o'clock, I was thinking it was lunchtime.
Yeah.
And so forth and so forth. So it's got me tired, but they're all pleased to see me, and they've all eased me in, not giving me too much to do, that. But I do know the importance of me getting up to scratch in regards to my energy levels. So that's what I'm concentrating on. But it's hard. It's hard. Halfway through the week, and I'm feeling like I've done a week. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So thank you very much for asking, Ross. That's absolutely nice of you. That's great. It's nice to know you're loved. You know what I mean?
Right. We've got Sai saying, loving the Galaxy Quest back screen, Del. Yeah. And
thank you so much. Yeah, I love Galaxy Quest. What a
Tony says, evening, Ian. Del. Oh, yeah, okay. Hello, Tony. Thank you as ever.
Oh yeah, that's your DVD pimp, isn't it? Yeah, Tony York. Yeah, that's that pimp who gives you everything that you bloody well want.
Did I? Oh yeah, I forgot. Zulu is his all-time favorite film. Did I hear someone mention Zulu? Yeah,
I bet you any money that guy's got 14 copies of Zulu, and yet I still had to go to the shop to buy it. Right? Where was my copy, you miserable bastard? You lovely person, you, Tony York.
It's Tony's favorite film, all-time favorite film. Keep looking at the US Blu-ray of Zulu Dawn. Just have a DV at the moment, so you're wondering whether to buy it or not.
Yeah, so I have. Yeah. I pulled the trigger because somebody wrote and said of the French release, or was it the Spanish release, that it was only a slight upscale, but the killer was the fact that the audio channel was mono and you could hardly hear it. And if you buy it obviously from Spain or French, then the French overdub is the one that you're going to get there, aren't you? You're going to have to change it in the settings. And if you play the English channel, if somebody turns around and says, "Oh, the quality is awful," it puts you off from buying it.
Yeah.
So that's why I went straight to America and thought to myself, "Hey, well, at least I get the DVD as well with it."
Yeah.
And I bought it from there, and that was literally tonight because I watched it on telly today. So, actually, what I did it for, I thought, hey, it's 20 quid, but at least I can put it under Ian's nose and go, look what I got. You haven't got it, you miserable bastard. See, I got a film you haven't got. You know what I mean? That's the reason why I did it. And I just can't wait till next week where I can do that and go,
yeah, we know that.
That's the reason why I did it, really.
Ross says, enjoyed your gameplay today, Del. Yes, he does some game videos, if you didn't know.
Thanks, Rob. Yeah. It was a bat crazy game, right? I'm back at work, so I can do less and less videos, but I'm filling it in with gameplay because gameplay is my second love. I mean, films is my is a very big passion of mine, and gameplay is something that has been with me in computers for years and years and years. And this game was on my drive. No word of a lie, I put it on and I thought, this is batshit crazy, this game, right? It's like Space Invaders, only you're firing at birds, right? And they're vultures, right? No word of a lie. I'm going to tell you this, Ian, because it's batshit crazy, right? And what happens is these two birds love each other very much. Oh, somebody else sort of like doing, just bear with me, will you?
Yeah, sorry, I'm just going down myself. I saw you looking.
Right. So what it is, these birds, they make an egg. The egg hatches into a child bird. Every single one of them kills you in a Space Invader-y type way. And I thought, wow, what a mad batshit idea. And basically, I did a video on it, and I thought it was brilliant. Sorry about this. It's just we've got a couple of trolls.
Do you want to get rid of? Do you want me to get rid of Ching? Whatever.
I thought you'd done it.
Yeah, I would just go. Just make sure. Yeah.
You're the only one who can ban, but
yeah. Sorry about this. Unfortunately, we've had a few.
Right. Like I said, we're not going to give them any carte blanche.
Yeah, I think that's it. Is it? Is everything okay now?
Yeah. So anyway, it was a batshit crazy game, and I just thought I'd mention it what it was.
Yeah. Right, and then we've got here. I just put this. Sorry. Yeah. Steve's Gaming. Hello, you pair of old buggers. Well, hello. Thank you for joining us. From one old bugger to another old bugger there.
He's my mate, is Steve. He follows me around. He's my groupie.
And then we've got Steve Moles, Ian and Delboy. Started my favorite movies I like to watch in the month of December with these few. Dunstan checks in, Baby's Day Out, Blank Check, Angels in the Outfield, and I'll Be Home for Xmas.
Yeah.
I've not heard any of those at all.
Oh, I have.
I bet you have.
Baby's Day Out, obviously. Dunstan checks in. I more remember the name of the title than I do the actual film. I don't know Angels in the Outfield.
All right.
I'll Be Home for Christmas. Yeah. I must admit, when I'm watching Christmas films, I'm more into the Scrooge, National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation, White Christmas, that sort of thing, than the 80s comedies.
Yeah.
That some of the films are, but they're all good films. I mean, they're stuff that that's family entertainment. There, you know what I mean? They're like that. They're good. Yeah. What's your sort of like Christmas? I know Chitty Chitty Bang Bangs.
Yeah, you've got it. Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. Home Alone, definitely.
I want to know quintessentially, as a film that's got snow in it, Christmas carolers. The essence of what Christmas is,
and Santa Claus the movie.
What is your favorite Christmas film? Because mine would be It's a Wonderful Life.
Yeah, I'd say mine would be the Alistair Sims Christmas Carol.
Christmas Carol, okay.
Yeah, I think I would put that as
that represents It's the Alistair Sims one in particular, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, Alistair Sims is the best.
Not a Muppet Christmas Carol then. No.
That's good, but I'd still put that. No, it is good, isn't it? It is
Well,
good.
it
It's
is.
Muppet Christmas Carol. But I would put that one there, Alistair Sims. It's just a classic. It's one that I remember as a child watching, and you can still watch it now and think, wow, it's a great Dickens story, but I like Scrooged a lot. Scrooged is a great film. I like that. I think that's great. Yeah. And I like Santa Claus the movie. I like that a lot. It's a Wonderful Life, I suppose. I know it's the one that everybody talked about, and it is a good film. I'm not going to deny it.
Yeah,
but I won't put it as my favorite. But it is a good film.
Yeah.
I think those are the real Christmas ones. The others, as I said, are non-Christmas ones that I enjoyed at Christmas, and Chitty Chitty Bang Bang is the non-Christmas film.
Yeah.
Yeah. And maybe I will try and watch. I've been looking, and I think I should try and watch films that I've not seen, Christmas ones. Give them a try. It's like I've never seen Elf. I don't know what that's like.
Elf,
a lot of people
I didn't like it at first. I thought it was juvenile. It grew on me to the point where now it's a staple point of Christmas, and I just think now it is now a staple point of Christmas, and I can understand people have grown up with it and love it. I found it a bit juvenile, you see, when I first watched it. I just thought maybe I'd even grown out of Christmas at one point.
Yeah,
but no. It's an okay film. But I bought the 4K last year, like a lot of people would have done.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I might give it a go. I noticed it was on Prime, I think, so I might just have a look and see what I think of it.
Yeah,
give it a go.
It's a fun film. You can't help but be enthusiastic about it.
Right. Oh well.
About him, you know what I mean?
I'll give it a watch.
He's sort of like infectious, but it's Bob Newhart that basically steals the show. So
so we've got here Danny saying, "Hi, how are you doing? I'm good. That's great." And Tony says, "Tell the delivery guy to leave it in the garage." Yeah.
You have to. Unfortunately, you need the you need the combination lock. Plus, you need the key to the lock. Plus, you need to have the laser key card that lets you in. And I don't think any delivery guy is going to be able to have all of those three things with them. So that's not going to help, unfortunately.
Ross says, hope you had a good first day back at work. So,
like I said, that's absolutely lovely. Thank you so much. I mean, there's not many people that have asked, and I know that everybody wants me to do well. So thank you very much. Everybody in here does. I know that.
And Andy makes Star Wars. Happy Wednesday, lads. Pink Panther films are brilliant. Return of the Pink Panther is a must-watch, especially when he's in the disco. Oh, yeah. Gee, God, wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, the disco, it is funny, that. It is, yeah.
The Pink Panther is good. It's an underrated thing now. Yeah. It used to be talked an awful lot. Then it sort of like went out of favor. And I think I said enough about it earlier on, but I mean, it's good.
Tony says, recently bought the DVD of Pink Panther Strikes Again, 1976. The only one I own. Years since I saw it. It's one where Dreyfus, Herbert Long, is released from the asylum.
Yeah.
Right. Do you know, I don't know whether I saw that one.
That's where I was. I remember when I told you, I said the one that I remember the most, the one that's least funny is the one where he's out of the asylum.
Yeah,
and I said, and you said that the one that you were watching was the one.
Yeah, it ended where he was in the asylum. Yeah,
yeah. So he's back in the job, and he's
Yeah.
not, and basically out of the asylum, and it's
Yeah.
it's not as funny as going
No,
into the asylum,
no.
if you see what I mean. It's like he's got this nervous twitch about him now, and all
Oh.
that, you know what I mean?
And then Charles Duncan says, Ian and Del, would you believe it? I bought a 9-disc William Hartnell Blu-ray season 2 box set at £32, £8 cheaper than the one Beatles vinyl at 40 vinyl ridiculous prices.
Yeah.
So
he got 9 discs of films.
Yeah.
But if you want to buy one Beatles album, it costs you £8 more than the box set.
On record. Well, my view on those, the vinyl revival is just, it's a rip-off.
Yeah, well, first of all, you don't like them being called vinyl, do you?
No, the records. The records.
Right, that's the first thing. The other thing that the thing that annoys me, I think, the most is all the coloured stuff where people are turning around and saying, "Whoa, mine's got splatter and green and all this sort of stuff over
everybody's going, oh.
And I'll tell you what, I do
love. I know some
those.
people do love them, but
no, I know people love those as well. Yeah. It's just that when they've done a multicolored one, and then there's another multicolored one, and it looks identical, I'm going to myself, well, what's so unique then about it? Because you've got one that already looks like that. Yeah. And the thing that annoys me the most is how much they charge you for that.
Yeah.
And yet it's the pigment color in the process of making the record, right? So it's just a different dye.
Yeah. And they've gone up. I mean, I'm sure they've actually just gone up again, because I'm sure they were about 30, 35 quid before, 40 quid.
Yeah. So the business turns around and says, well, if you think how much $7.99 was back in the 80s, and you look at inflation, 40 quid is basically the same as $7.99 now. And I'm going, no, it's not.
No.
Because the one thing about it is, back in the 80s, I had $7.99. In the 2020s, I ain't got 40 quid.
Yeah.
So there's a bloody difference for a start. The cost
All
of living.
I say is, you can get the Beatles CDs brand new for about $11.99 on CD.
Yeah.
And they're so much better. I love CDs. I could talk about CDs forever, but I won't start preaching. But CDs are brilliant. I never want them to go out.
Well, I think we talked about it in a very, very early, in a very, very early conversation, didn't we? That we turned around and said we both like CDs. Yeah. The other thing about it is, now is the time to go into those stores and buy and buy those eBay lots that have got 100 CDs, and it will cost you $4.99.
Yeah, because I'll tell you something.
Telling you now, now's the time to buy them.
I think CDs people really start to appreciate them, and we know what will happen then, don't we? The prices will get ridiculous.
Yeah,
they really will. They'll get absolutely ridiculous. It's sad, but that's the lamb. Stephen Moore says, in Delboy, have you seen Inspector Clouseau 1968 starring Alan Arkin as Inspector Clouseau? I've not seen that one, no. I don't know.
Nope.
Coincidentally, watched this week another Sellers film. Soft Beds, Hard Battles, 1973. He plays several characters, including a Japanese general and the French president.
I can see it now, but I've never seen that film. But I can see that now. I can see Sellers dressed up as a Japanese general.
I can. I just laughed. I couldn't help but laugh just seeing him, thinking about him. He just makes me laugh when you see him like that. You just can't help but laugh at Peter Sellers. He's fantastic. It's just so funny.
He was trapped. He was trapped behind radio for far too long, really.
Yeah.
I mean, where I can turn around and wholeheartedly put my hand on my heart, Ian, and say, you got a face for radio, right?
Yeah.
Peter Sellers, right? he's got a face for movies, and he should have been there a lot longer than he was. But there you are.
But I like the physical comedy. The fact that he's doing physical comedy is really good. It's so well done. Absolutely wonderful.
Yeah.
Steve's going, oh, this is, we bought a Blu-ray player less than a month ago, and it died on us already.
It's a shame that.
It's just a world record. That's what we mentioned before. It's just, you're very unlucky, I'm sure.
Very, very unlucky. I don't know the brand. I don't know the brand on what he bought, but obviously, if it's the Zoo Show or whatever it is, then I can probably understand it. But if you bought a Samsung or something, then I don't get it.
I thought normally they'd last quite a long time, don't they? Normally,
Blu-ray players have been around now for so long that, What it must have just been in the warehouse for too long or something.
Or somebody dropped it, or somebody did something with it in warehouse.
You know what it's like these days. It doesn't matter whether it was bought 20 years ago. If some delivery driver just chucks it over the fence and says, "There you are, I've delivered it," you got no chance of it surviving.
Exactly. So. Steve, was it a new one? Should be okay with a guarantee if it was. Well,
it was brand new from Amazon.
You get it changed. Steve's going, I bought mine off eBay about 4 years ago, and it's still working fine. Yeah, I'd say with me, I've got some. They work brilliantly. Yeah, and he says he'll probably tomorrow. He'll probably
bloody thing will blow up.
Probably listening. I'm going to sort you out, mate. You're not going to get away with that. Steve's going brand new, and yes, it's been replaced. Well, that's what you want. It should be replaced. It will be. That's happened to me also. Ross says, yeah. And hello, Josh. Through the lens here. Good evening, fellas. How are you? Watched Heretic earlier. Oh yeah, the Hugh Grant. It was interesting. A little middling with its structure, but the ideas are pretty strong. I'm looking forward to watching that. Can't wait to watch that.
Lovely to see Josh here as well.
Thank you, Josh, for coming on.
I'm exactly the same. I missed the Heretic. Everybody was telling me how good it was. So the one thing that I want to do is I want to catch up with these films so I can actually have a conversation with Josh. He's always watching stuff I haven't actually seen, so I can't have a good conversation with him. I was starting to get caught up with watching some films, but I haven't seen him around again. So it's like, But Through the Lens, if you haven't already, go and watch his YouTube channel.
Actually, I'll just plug his channel because he's just put out a video. I saw it was really good of his favorite films of the year. Excellent.
Yes, and he's put it in my Discord as well. Yeah.
Excellent. Yeah. So go and have a look at that, everybody. And then we've got Tony saying, I have an LG Blu-ray, not 4K. Had it for several years. No trouble with it so far. Well, that's good. Yeah.
And like I said, I can only go by what the article said. I didn't know that LG made bad players, but apparently
I've always heard
the critics don't like them, apparently, but I don't see it myself. So.
Yeah. No, I've not heard people say bad things about them at all.
No.
And then Josh again. Through lines, I have an LG 4K player, and it's not the best. My TV isn't either, even though it's QLED. There's a weird amount of grain in low light scenes and close-ups that move around. Strange.
Yeah, it's the way that QLED works. Unlike OLED. It's lots and lots of little LEDs, but just like the old style LEDs, I don't know if you remember early monitors, right? But early monitors, if you tried to make something black, they had what they call LED strips along the top and the sides.
Oh yeah,
and the light bled through and it made blacks grey. QLEDs has the same sort of problems. You could have 1 million LEDs inside it. If one is switched off, it still has an afterglow, or the light bleeds into the the LED on the left or the LED to the right. So you get a weird grain type effect because and blacks are almost impossible to sustain.
Can you do anything with settings, or is it? It's not possible to do.
It's the way that QLED works. They got better as they came along, but 4K has got more resolution, so you can imagine it's going to get more bleed. But they did get past it. I'm just saying that maybe it could be that he's just got a bad LG player, or it could be that the TV is just sustainable to that. The only way I'd know is to actually have the model number, and then for me to go on and research what the pros and cons were of that particular player or that particular TV. It could be the combination of both causes the effect. I buy my TV is a Panasonic, and my 4K player is a Panasonic that's paired with it. I haven't got a Sony and a Panasonic. I haven't got a Panasonic and a Sony. I haven't got a, mine are paired up. So you would think that they would have made the player for my telly, wouldn't you? It doesn't quite work like that. But what I'm trying to say is, if you've got an LG 4K player and you've got a Sony TV, it might well be that they just don't like each other. You know what I mean? You get a good enough picture, but
Well, I've got both. My telly's Panasonic. I've got a Panasonic player, and I've also got a Sony player, and that one is the one that I have the trouble with. Every so often, it gets stuck. It just decides it's
that seems to be a common problem, to be quite honest.
It's irritating. It really is.
They used to at first blame the discs themselves.
Yes.
I got a funny feeling. I keep looking to see whether there's a commonality to it all. Right.
Yeah.
What I mean by a commonality is, when somebody mentions that they've got this problem, nobody actually ever asks, was it a triple layer disc or was it a double layer disc? Was it a 4K disc or was it a Blu-ray disc that you had inside the player at the time? Was it nobody asks those questions. The one thing, therefore, you can't do is find out, oh, look, so the commonality is it was a triple layer disc, right? A triple layer disc, by the way, is a 100 gig disc. Right? I want to know, does it happen more on a 50 gig disc or a 100 gig disc? Does it happen more with a Warner Brothers disc? Does it happen more on a Sony disc? Does it happen? You need to have that collective in us.
Yeah.
We can get to the bottom and say it's the player. Or it's the process.
I agree with that, because I looked it up. I did a forum thing looking what people were saying, and some people had exactly the same problem. But not everybody had. No. Some people were quite happy and said, "Oh, no, I haven't had any problems." But then other people were exactly like me, exactly the same problem. So I don't know. Yeah. It's one of them things. But I think the Panasonic player is better. Definitely better. And it'll play American discs as well. My son, Panasonic. So Steve's Gaming says, Ian, one of the Blu-ray sets I bought the wife for Christmas is Doctor Who Season 12, Tom Baker. Which other Tom Baker Blu-ray box would you recommend I buy?
I'm going to let you go with that because I talked about Doctor Who for quite a bit just now, so you carry on.
Actually, I would say that last season, the one that I talked about, season 18 is good. Though I think season 13 is season 13 out, isn't it?
No, there ain't those. Season 13 is not out.
Is that the one that's not out? Oh,
that's the one with the hat. That's the one with Brain and Morbius and that. You ain't got that yet.
Oh yeah, we want that one.
Would you say The Key to Time was quite a good one?
No, but it's not on Blu-ray, is it?
I thought The Key to Time was. Now I can't quite remember myself.
No, it's not. Blu-ray. It's not come out.
I'll refresh us. Hang on.
It's not come out. No, it's not. Definitely not come out. Key to Time has not come out yet on Blu-ray.
I'll tell you.
Tom Baker's first season has, and
so you've got season 15. Season 15 is, Horror, Fang Rock, Invisible Enemy, Image of Fendal, Sunmakers, Underworld, The Invasion of Time.
Oh, that's Leela's leaving in that one.
Yeah, so that's quite a good one.
Yeah.
I would say that's quite good. Season 14 is The Mask of Mandragora, The Hand of Fear, The Deadly Assassin, Face of Evil, Robots of Death, and Talons of
that one for me, because Robots of Death. I would choose that one. What season's number that then?
14.
14. That would be mine.
So 13, remember, is The Brain of Morbius, and 12 is his first one.
Yeah.
So I would go with that one as well, because I'll tell you why. I love The Hand of Fear.
Yeah.
I thought that was brilliant. Robots of Death is
an absolute classic.
That's obviously. The Deadly Assassin is an interesting story where we know a little bit more about Gallifrey for the first time. And of course, it's also the one without a companion.
Yeah.
I would probably go with that.
Yeah, it's a good one. And it got into a lot of trouble at the time with all the sort of Mary Whitehouse campaigns.
Oh, yeah.
Deadly Assassin. They said, seeing the Doctor underwater drowning.
In an instance like this, it's not really about the picture quality, because the picture quality between 14 and 15 is negligible.
Yeah,
because they were still using video camera, and therefore the quality of the video is both the same for both of them.
Yeah.
Where I would say that if you were buying Tom Baker's last story that season with the new John Nathan Turner coming in, they actually changed an awful lot. They changed all the cameras. They did a whole new title sequence. They really pushed to try and make it as glossy looking as possible.
Yeah.
And therefore the picture quality is going to be better because it's newer. But the 70s stuff there, the stories is far more superior than the picture quality. So you will get a better picture with the John Nathan Turner ones. But that doesn't necessarily, that can actually make it look worse.
Yeah.
It shows off the model work worse, all that sort of stuff. There was some good moments, like I said. Seeing Tom Baker dressed up as a cactus was pretty bloody good.
Yeah, Maglos. That's it.
Yeah, that was a very good makeup job that they did on it there. Not so much in the story before that we were talking about, because he's old in that. He ages, doesn't he?
Yeah, that's right. It perhaps didn't quite work as a story as good as I thought it would be, but that's that's what I felt.
But anyway, I would go with you, and that is I would go with the Hand of Fear and the
definitely. They're really good stories.
And for the record, that's season 14.
Yeah. So that's the recommendation.
Of course, it will all work out better for you as well, Steve, because you've got 12.
Yeah.
And we're waiting for 13. So when 13 does come out, you'd have 12, 13, 14.
So, season 14.
So I would go with 14.
Yeah. Brilliant. Hopefully, that'll help our suggestions.
Yeah.
And then we've got Charles Duncan saying, looks like we have to put a few Blu-ray players in the bottom drawer for the future to safeguard our disc collections. You may have a point. I have got 2 Blu-ray players, but I think I'm thinking about getting another one next year. I'm going to get another one next year, I think.
Well, I've got 4 in this room. And I've got 2 gaming consoles, which will play them as well. So,
you got your gaming consoles.
So that's 6. I don't think I need any more.
Yeah. I forgot your gaming consoles. You've got that extra, but I think I'd feel a bit more secure with another one. I think definitely.
Yeah, they're always.
Yeah.
I mean, it is good. Just remember though, some of these players have got capacitors in them, and they will just go.
Yeah.
There's nothing that you can do about that.
No.
But so the older the player, the worse it's going to be. But it doesn't hurt as long as you know that they don't design these machines to be kept in boxes and not used. They were designed to be used.
Yeah.
Taking them out the box and turning them on for 20 minutes and then
All right. I have mine in front of
and
me.
then putting it back in the box wouldn't hurt it because at least you'll put the current back through it.
Yeah, I think that's better to do that. Yeah. Anyhow, let's have a look. Steve Moore says, I had my second Evercade Alpha arcade machines delivered today. Before I came on here, I was kicking ass playing Street Fighter 2 and Final Fight. There you are.
Yeah, he's had 2 Evercade Alpha arcade machines, not what you said, but he's had 2 actual machines.
Yeah.
Street Fighter 2. Well, it's an absolute classic, Street Fighter 2.
Well, even I've heard of that.
I'm useless at beat 'em ups, but even I will turn around and put my hand up and say, do you know what? The amount of people that used to stand behind other people watching people beat the shit out of each other was entertaining for me, even for me. And I wasn't a beat 'em up. I used to play shoot 'em ups and things like that. But you know, Final Fight, it's another classic. Capcom. He looks like it looks like the Stephen Moore's likes Capcom games, it would seem to me.
Yeah.
Street Fighter 2 and Final Fight both being Capcom. There you are. Brilliant. I'm dead jealous. I'd love a Capcom arcade machine. Yeah.
And Steven says Seems Gaming seasons 14 and 18 are worth buying of Tom Baker, Doctor.
And we mentioned 18 and we mentioned 14. You also mentioned the other one, but we took it away because 14 I think was a far more superior story. Stories in it.
Michael's Movie Corner. Hello, Michael. Welcome. I think one of my new favorite behind the scenes information that I learned for Doctor Who is that Ridley Scott almost designed the Daleks, but he had a prior commitment, so he couldn't do it.
I did hear that as a rumor. I never actually knew that for gospel, but I heard a rumor and I went, nah, seriously. Because whenever I think about Ridley Scott, I think about his adverts. He did the Hovis advert, and he did a lot of adverts. Back in the day, but I don't remember him talking about doing anything for the BBC. He was an advertising director. And the BBC don't do adverts. But I never read that he was a set decorator or anything like that. So designing the Daleks, didn't know any of it. But if that's true, absolutely brilliant, and I believe it is true. Michael's dead on with it. I would say that that's pretty much spot on, Michael. You're dead on with it. Ridley Scott, you see, is my favorite director, so I have heard that mentioned before. I just went, "Oh, really?" I think when somebody said that to me before, I went, "Oh, really?" And then I never went away and looked it up. Do you know what I mean? I just thought, passing thing.
Yeah. That's a what if that would have happened. That might be interesting. Steve's Gaming. Ian, do me a favour, please, mate. Del has been promising to have a voice chat with me for a couple of weeks. Give him a kick up the ass and tell him to sort it out. There you are. Thanks. Right. Well, there you are. Sort it out, lad.
He's quite true, you know.
Get it sorted. Don't
I will.
Get on with it, lad.
I'm actually this week. I'm actually working, and I do finish earlier than I finish work about 2:00.
Yeah.
So it's something that's going to be easier for me to do this week than it would next week. So I'll try and get it sorted in the next couple of days.
Good.
I will
get it sorted, lad. See, I'm trying to keep reminding him. Actually, I'll do this. I get to a certain point, as always, every week, and I'll do it now. Which is, if you haven't subscribed to Delboy's channel, please subscribe. I say this, and probably most of you have, but you never know. Somebody might not have done. And it's a great channel. I always say it is a great channel because he's well known for the Sunday blog, which honestly is an absolute fantastic. I love the Sunday blog. He just, it really is. Seriously, it's absolutely wonderful. But then he does much more. As you can see, he's very much into gaming. So if you're into games and all that, you'll love all the stuff he does on games, trying games out and trying this. And then on top of that, he does some of his reviews as well, capsule reviews.
Yeah, I'm going to be doing a lot more.
So there you are. Plenty going on. And he's got one coming up soon. He hasn't done it yet, but he says he's going to do it, which is on, there you are, Seventh Samurai, isn't it?
That's right. Seventh Samurai. I just watched. I think it'd be rude for me not.
That'll be interesting to see when that comes out. But anyway, I've put his link in the description, and it's all there. And he's probably, because he does it every week, and I always forget. He puts his Discord link in there as well sometimes.
Yeah.
But I put his channel link because Discord is like an alien thing that I don't really understand. I look at it and think, oh, what is it going on down there? What's going on? There's something going on. People putting posts.
It's just a chat forum. That's all Discord is, I keep trying to tell him. I said, you do remember teletext, don't you? It's no more complex than teletext, right? I mean, what's up with you, man? Jesus. And then I remember that you've only just worked out what a 50 pence piece looks like. So,
Bayek, 50 pence, lad. Bayek. Anyhow, so anybody who say I haven't subscribed, please subscribe to his channel. It's all
that's
there.
Very decent of you.
And then we'll carry on with Danny saying the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. I love it. Yeah, absolutely brilliant. And then Stephen Taylor, good evening to you both. Dale recently posted on Discord. He's put the Nightmare Xmas Day TV lineup. What would be both of your dream Xmas Day TV be? Oh, wow. I don't know why I went like that, but I just went, wow. Well, I think it'd have a retro feel. Can you have a retro feel? If you can have a retro feel, it's all going to be the past again. And for me, I'd have a film in the afternoon, and we'll start in afternoon because I never watched it in morning. I know people watched it in morning, and of course, for me, it's always Chitty Bang Bang. I would have Chitty Bang Bang on in the afternoon. Everybody would have to love it because I love it. It's tough, and then guess what I would have, because it just brings back the memories. I think about my mom, my dad, and that is the Morecambe and Wise show.
Oh, yeah.
I would put that on. It just to me, it's family. I just think of all our family watching it. Fantastic. Just absolutely loved it. What else would I put on? I put another film on. Yeah, let's have a blockbuster film on. Something like Raiders of the Lost Ark or something like that. We'd have a blockbuster film on, an action kind
I thought you were going to turn around and say, put on Christmas Day, Alien Romulus, but carry on. What? What? Alien Romulus? On Christmas Day? Well, but anyway, carry on.
And then, to finish it off, I would have some Christmas specials, and I would put Steptoe and Son Christmas special. How about that? And I think there's a couple, or maybe even three. I would put a Steptoe and Son on, definitely. Or if I didn't put them on, I'd put one of the Steptoe and Son films on. So definitely. But if it's Christmas, we should have a Christmas special. And that's what we would have, a Steptoe and Son. So that would be my dream Christmas lineup. I say at Christmas morning, I never bother with, but I know there is stuff on, but I never count.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, the reason that was brought up is that it's absolutely terrible.
Yeah.
The first thing that when Denny put it up and I put it up as well, in our Discord, the first thing we basically said to each other is that you might as well have just put in the tape from last Christmas on this Christmas, because it's all the same thing. It's like Call the Midwife and all of this sort of stuff. You know, and I just turn around and say, well, that isn't that the exact lineup you had last year? It's got strictly come bollocks and Call the Midwife and all of that. It's all the same that you had last year. The only difference is that I think that the times are different by about 5 minutes.
I suppose the only positive thing they've got is Wallace and Gromit. That's about the only thing we can talk about.
So when you consider that back in the 70s and the 80s, when ITV and BBC were battling for the King of Christmas, right? You know, we've bidded for Raiders of the Lost Ark. ITV were bidding for it as well, and the BBC won. That really was a stinger, right? Now, who gives a shit? And the reason for that, though, is a little bit is about how satellite TV came along, and then satellite TV turned to cable. You know, was cable, and then cable was, you know, everything. You know, I mean, you know. Back then, there was 1 million Sky viewers. Now there's 30, 40 million. That have got Sky in their houses or whatever it is. Because there is like 70 odd million people in the UK, so 40 million is just over half. You know, I mean, it's just over half, and it's taken 25 years to get to that point. But what I'm trying to say is the internet is now everywhere, so you can stream whatever you want. You can put whatever you want on at Christmas. Just go to Prime, go to Disney, find Steptoe and Son. You'll find it probably on Prime. Go to, you know, you will have that Christmas lineup that you always want.
You could actually probably go on YouTube and get a few lined up and put even a YouTube Christmas special. I bet you can find loads of great programs to put on.
And I would have said YouTube is probably a good place to do. It's just that YouTube, you'll have varying degrees of quality of the.
That's the only problem.
Where if you went to Prime, it would always be, you know, like a good definition. So yeah, I mean, I'm a little bit like you. Mine's all in the past. You know, I mean, I could put a joke in here. I could say, right, 3:00, the King's Speech. 3:10, I'll have the film The King's Speech, just to show you how bad he actually is, the king, and how good the king was in just before the Second World War. And then we'll have, you know, and etc. I could do all of that, but you know, to me, the two Ronnies, Morecambe and Wise, in our family, we would have the Bond film on ITV.
Generation Game, even. Something like that.
The Generation Game. I wasn't into things like Mike Yarwood and all of that sort of stuff. But the lead up to Christmas was always about the classic comedy shows, and then Christmas Day was more about variety. Or a Christmas special based around variety.
There is one thing I just want to say. They are doing a ghost story. I don't know which day it's on, and that might be interesting. They're actually doing a ghost story.
Didn't they do that before, though? Didn't they have Mark Gatiss do a ghost story?
I don't know whether it's linked with him, but there's definitely a ghost story. And I thought, well, that's interesting. At least they're trying something a bit different again, even though it's going back to what they used to do.
A couple of years ago, they did a Dracula dramatization, didn't they?
Yes, they did,
but it was Boxing Day, wasn't it? If I remember
right. But that was something. But there isn't really much new things, is there, that are any cop?
No. So in our family, we you know, it was The Sound of Music, which then turned into something like a Bond film for ITV.
Yeah,
I do remember watching E.T. and that at Christmas. You know,
that was good.
Sort of stuff. But I look at that as being just put there blockbuster movie, right? That's the best way to look at it, right?
That's right.
The lead up to Christmas, I used to like looking forward to, because things like Steptoe and Son and The Good Life and all of that, they had their Christmas specials leading up to Christmas Day, and Christmas Day would be about the two Ronnies, Morecambe and Wine and all that. Those Christmas specials were on Christmas Eve and on the eve of Christmas Eve. And I used to like that because it got me in the mood. I was getting more and more excited about what was going on Christmas. But you know, like I said, I think comedy is a dying art. When name a good comedy that's got an
well, I bet you every sort of major comedy in that period had a Christmas special, didn't they?
Now it's Mrs. Brown's Bollocks, isn't it? And all that sort of stuff.
And why is that still on the TV? Nobody likes it.
The funny thing about it is, as he keeps turning around and saying, you know, the creator of it, he turns around and he says, and I bet you any money we get the highest amount of views that Christmas Day. And I'm going, so I have to turn around and say, well, it's our own bloody faults then, because we keep turning in and watching it. But
somebody does. I don't know who.
I think it's pretty poor.
It's really bad. I mean, why on earth are they paying for that? I don't understand it.
Yeah.
And
so
the science.
I would be like a pig in shit if I was back in the early 80s, late 70s, watching Christmas telly.
Yeah.
Right,
because they put a blockbuster film on, didn't they?
You get to the 2000s, and you do have the odd Christmas thing that might be quite good, you know, like Outnumbered Christmas special. You might have Not Going Out Christmas special. But right now, I can't think that a show like Fleabag would have a Christmas special, right? Which is considered to be the crown jewels of comedy for BBC is Fleabag. Now, has that got a Christmas special? No, because it's not geared towards being a Christmas special, right? But what I'm trying to say is, and if it was out, I'd turn around and say, oh, where have we come to in regards to Christmas specials? That's not family entertainment. A woman taking it up the arse and talking about the camera and all of this sort of stuff is not Christmas, is it?
Sorry, that's really bad.
But it is. That's what it is.
It's terrible.
I saw the first episode, no word of a lie. There she is, lying in bed. There's a bloke next to her, and she's talking about some bloke trying to slip it up her hole.
Thank God I missed that.
And that's supposed to be funny. And all I'm saying is that, you know, that doesn't make family entertainment at Christmas.
It doesn't. No.
No, in the same way that I don't think the Boots advert this year really typifies what Christmas is.
I've not seen it. I don't see those adverts because I don't watch the.
Oh, you can just go on YouTube. You can. You go on YouTube and you just type in Boots
exactly. Why would I want to watch that
bollocks?
Why would I want to watch that bollocks on YouTube?
Because then you can see what people are talking about. Ian.
Why? It's terrible. I'm not bothered. I know exactly what it's going to be like, and I bet I'm right. In my imagination, I know what it's going to be like.
Yeah. So anyway, all I'm saying is, my Christmas is mid 70s to mid 80s is my Christmas.
Yeah.
Those 10 years between there, choose any year, I'd be like a pig in shit. I'd be smiling. I'd be pissed up, drunk, laughing with my mum and dad watching this stuff. Now I've got Strictly Come Bollocks and all that shit. So
I know. Whatever we'd say, that was popular. I don't know that it is now as popular as it was, but it was popular at one time.
They said it would die when Bruce Forsyth left.
Yeah, it's carried on.
But as far as I'm concerned, it changed its emphasis, and now it's just who's going to cop off with who, which dancer's going to cop off with which celebrity.
And also, I bet you that they have a problem finding celebrities, because you see these celebrities, and you go, "Who's that? They're not a celebrity. I don't know them. Most of people you wouldn't even know, would you?
Yeah. Can you imagine it in 5 years' time? Yes. And now we've got this top layer dancer, and she's going to be dancing with Ed, the man from the chip shop of Earl's Court Road. Yeah. Because he's a celebrity, isn't he? Jesus Christ.
That's right. He was in paper other day. He's a celebrity, definitely.
Carol the V blogger. You know what? Who?
Oh yeah, you might have a bloggers special.
Yeah,
hey, we might get invited. God, no, please don't invite us. We don't want to be on. I refuse. No, please, no.
Anyway, we talked a bit about now what the best Christmas TV lineup is.
Yeah, it made me think.
It's got to have Steptoe and Son in it.
Yeah,
I mean, I will say that.
Yeah.
Dick Emery, you see, he would have been around the Christmas Eve. He would have been in the Christmas Eve sort of like.
Yeah, Dick Emery would have been over holiday period. Oh wow, he'd have been great. Yeah, love Dick Emery.
But he wouldn't have been on Christmas. He would have been a Christmas Eve or a Boxing Day thing. It was all two Ronnies, Morecambe and Wise.
Yeah.
Mike Yarwood, which I didn't like.
Yeah.
Stanley Baker would have been a Christmas Day thing.
You would have had series as like Man About the House, George and Mildred.
You would have had those, but I was trying to think. I was trying to think. Was Man About the House and George and Mildred on a Christmas Day, or was that the lead up to Christmas Day? And I couldn't think.
I know Likely Lads would have been a lead up. Definitely. They would have done it.
And I think you'll find most were lead ups. It was the leaders like like Morecambe and Wise.
But Steptoe, I remember being longer, maybe. They were a real proper special.
You see, what's happened is that BBC Two has now become the BBC One for me to watch at Christmas, because they will show reruns of Porridge, hours and all of that, right? In the morning of Christmas Day, while other people are watching all that cartoon stuff that the kids want to watch, right? Like Spyro the Dragon or whatever it is, right? You know, they'll be watching that. I'll be on BBC Two watching Porridge Christmas special, right?
Well, it's
me.
I'm enjoying watching. I watched one last night. It was on YouTube though. It was Christmas Day on BBC One, Top of the Pops. But of course, they've got problems because a certain person did some of them.
That's right.
As you know, and that's a problem. They can't show everything, can they, on archive?
No.
It's a real shame. I wish they could. Why can't they edit him out and just put them on? Put the acts on. I'm sure they could edit it.
Wow, they've done it. They've edited it enough times for Top of the Pops 2.
Yeah. So why can't they do that?
They fade the music in just a little bit later. That's all. You miss the beginning part.
They
of the
could
tune,
do that with Top of the Pops. If
you'd only see his arm, wouldn't you? As just camera pans by to see the band.
Yeah. It's a shame. It's ruined some archive, that has. Mind you, of course, I say that with Top of the Pops, but of course, Top of the Pops, like Doctor Who, suffered quite a lot of tapes that were wiped as well. They're still looking for a lot of Top of the Pops things. Apparently, the Beatles got wiped a lot on Top of the Pops.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, that's historic. I mean, the Beatles on Top of the Pops, seeing that.
Just because it was black and white, basically.
Yeah.
Can't sell it abroad. They're all colour. Right, okay.
I think that All You Need Is Love might have survived in archives. Didn't they do a performance of All You Need Is Love?
They probably did. I know that there's a lot of black and white footage.
But there isn't much.
They do show Top of the Pops too, and they do show things like Stevie Wonder in black and white, and they show.
I've seen Stevie or Diana Ross.
You know full well that a lot of product is still there. It's just that it's amazing on what they did destroy. It's like wow,
yeah. Because it's interesting that
you've still got this. You've still got this dross, and you got rid of an iconic historic.
I know. How could you do that? But they did. I mean, it's funny because that performance in Doctor Who in the chase by the Beatles, "Ticket to Ride," is, I think, the earliest performance of the Beatles that survives, and that's only a third. Well, it's a very short clip, isn't it?
Yeah, about 10 seconds or something.
And that's the only one left of that. Awful. How could you do that to Beatles? Unbelievable. Yeah. Oh dear. Anyhow, we'll better move on. I don't understand it. Steve Mull says, I watched the Christmas special trailer to Ian's favourite Doctor. Oh, yes. Oh, I know what you mean, yeah. And it looks bad. I stopped watching Doctor Who when Peter Capaldi left. Do you know that? I don't know what. I'm still in a dilemma whether I will watch it or not.
Yeah,
I just feel I saw the trailer and it was bad. It was exactly like I knew it would be. And if you are already knowing what it's going to be like, am I going to waste my time on it? I don't know. It's just awful.
I mean, I will put my hand up and say there was a genuine excitement for me to watch Doctor Who on Boxing Day. Doctor Who on Christmas Day.
Yes,
when it was David Tennant and it was
all the return of Doctor Who was fantastic.
It's like you said, will I be watching Doctor Who? I probably will, because it's inevitable that it'll be on in the background when I'm with my mum having a chat.
Yeah.
Am I excited? Am I setting my alarm to go, oh, I've got to watch this Doctor Who's on? Am I putting on social media, shush, don't send a text message to me, I'm watching Doctor Who? No, I'm not doing any of that, right? Which we would have been doing about 10, 15 years ago, right?
Yeah.
Now it's please disturb me. This shit.
Yeah, please disturb me.
I need a distraction now. Please contact me. Make a phone call. I don't give a shit. This shit's got to go off, and there's nothing else on. It's like that now.
Do you know, it's so bad that they can't keep the companion. They've already, I think, advertising a new companion on this blooming Christmas special. It's that bad. Even the companions are saying, oh, I'm not going to stick filming this shit, you know. Oh, sorry, Russell, I'm off now. So I've got a new one already.
It reminds me of an Only Fools and Horses sketch, actually. Yeah. You know, it's like the actors just come in, and they're there on first day on the set of Doctor Who to film the opening scene. And the actress comes on going, what's that smell? Is it cat? Is it dog? Oh, I know what it is. It's bullshit.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
That's what it is. That's what I'm pretty sure. And then they're off. In about 3 episodes. That's the end of the season. They're gone. And they go, it was bullshit. And I was off.
Yeah.
I spoke to my agent and said, get me out of this shit.
Yeah.
Right.
The only good news I read this week was that he hasn't been offered a third series yet. They've got 2. We've got another one after this one's been, this series. But please cancel it. Please, just cancel it. Put it out of his misery. That's all I say. We don't want another one. We want to rest with somebody else in charge.
Oh, well, the first thing you've got to do really is you've got to go with a new direction and a new set of ideas with the idea of what it was in the first place, not this what I want it to be because I've got a political agenda.
I mean,
do
you remember the excitement when in 2005 when he came back? Wow, it was so exciting seeing it back. And that's what you want back. You don't have that excitement anymore. You think, oh God. Yeah. It's just destroyed. And then we've got Pete. Hello, Pete. Nintendo guy. Evening, guys. Hope you're both well. Currently opening loads of Pokemon cards and storing them.
Do you know I haven't thought about trading cards in years. I used to love trading, not Pokemon cards for me. It was more Marvel trading cards, but Pokemon cards, and all of that. what do they call it? That Magic the Gathering stuff. That's all Pokemon. That's all that sort of stuff. It was huge. It was huge in the late 80s and early 90s and all
my
of that.
son, I think he had a lot of Pokemon stuff. I don't know whether he still got them. He had loads of Pokemon.
I think they're still around in sort of like game workshops and stuff. It's still huge.
And some of them have got, there's quite rarities, isn't there, amongst some Pokemon cards and collectability.
So many. Just like anything on eBay, you still find somebody saying this is a genuine card. When you get it, it's a rip. Is
it?
Fake cards.
Oh,
that's what makes me think don't get in that game again, because
I
wouldn't be able to tell if it was a fake or not.
Yeah. I've got quite a few trading cards of Doctor Who, which I picked up on along the way, but I didn't pay much.
Well, what I was impressed of yours, Ian, which maybe not a lot of people know.
Yeah.
Is your space stamps, your stamps you got that when they were outer space ones, weren't they? You had a booklet of stamps. Yeah.
Yes, I've got. I've got some interest.
I think you showed those to me. I was honored to see them. I was going, wow, look at those stamps. And of course, they're on my favorite subject, space. Bloody hell.
Yeah, I know. Space stamps. I've got some albums full of space stamps. I was collecting them all from Space Race, because initially I started collecting them when I was a kid, because Eastern Europe used to do loads of these stamps, and they were always good. All these Russian spacecraft and East German and Polish and whatever, they were fantastic. Absolutely loved them. I've still got quite a lot. Perhaps I should show them off sometime, the space stamps. Right, and Pete says, got the Last Night in Soho special edition, and the steelbook looks beautiful. I know somebody else has got that. Fantastic. Here it is.
Yeah. I have to turn the background off, but it is a thing of beauty. But you won't actually see the steel book. It's inside there. But I mean, even so, look at that cover. I mean, it's gorgeous, so glossy and lovely. Look at that. I think you can see probably what the steel book looks like a little bit in that picture there. But gorgeous. Yeah,
and it's a great film. It's a very, very good film. That Matt Smith is really good, isn't he? Matt Smith in that.
Yeah, Matt Smith's in there.
Excellent. Yeah.
Nice to see you here, Pete. Yeah.
I've got too many DVDs in the house. When I want to watch something, I can't find it. How do you guys cope with it?
I can easily answer that.
Go on.
I basically I watch it as soon as I can on physical media, but generally it ends up getting buried under a load of others that are in crates because I haven't got any shelves on space, and I end up downloading and watching a bloody instead of watching it on physical media, I'm watching it as a digital file. But I do know that the digital file one that I download is actually an uncompressed Blu-ray copy, because my internet is so fast I can download it in an hour. So I'm not that disturbed about it, but I would always go with the physical media wherever I can. But because I buy so many, they get buried so quick, so it's sometimes difficult to find it. I know exactly what Charles is talking about. You know, the more you buy, the more they get buried, the less you can find, and the harder it is to find them.
I try and keep my I in fact I do. I keep my Blu-ray at 4K all in alphabetical order, easy to get hold of. The DVDs are a mess. They're everywhere. But I love DVDs. There's no way I'll ever get rid of DVDs. I love DVDs. My Blu-ray and 4K collection. I don't know. Sometimes do you think you should separate the 4Ks? I don't know. I've not done that. I've just put them all together in alphabetical order. And what I'm afraid my policy, though, is quite strict. If I don't like something, if I've watched something, I bought it and I don't like it, get rid of it. I don't want it in my collection. if there's something that I've watched once and not that keen on, my policy now is get rid of it. And that
there you are. You've heard it all. You've heard it all now, Tony. Don't send things to Ian. He's running out of space. Give it to me. I'll find it. I'll find a place for it. There is no.
Honestly, actually, I cleared the whole thing. I've got loads of room because I'm finding I love the DVDs, and
we don't want to know about you. We don't want to know about you. We don't want to know about your Tony. We don't want to know about your Tony shelf. Thank you very much.
He's fed up with
and
my
your Muckman shelf, right? Right. I've got a special case that says expected from Tony York. Trouble is, it's been empty for the last 3 months. I haven't had one bloody disc turn up yet. So there you are, bastard. They just keep going. They just keep going down the road to Leeds all the bloody time. So there you are.
There is one thing. My bit of advice to people with DVDs, and this is actually a serious piece of advice, is if you like TV series, and I've got a lot on DVD, keep hold of them. They're really valuable. Valuable. They get deleted so quickly, and not as many get put onto Blu-ray TV series. There are TV series, obviously, on Blu-ray, but not as many get transferred over. And there is an absolute stack of brilliant TV series. It'll never get a Blu-ray release that are really good to have on DVD. So that's just
believe it or not. Kes was on TV the other night.
What? Sorry, what?
Kes was on TV.
Oh, Kes. Oh, yeah, brilliant film. And then we've got Ross saying, it was very funny. Oh, sorted it out, Ian Dale. Sorry, I missed the first one. Oh, sorry. Yeah, thanks, Tony. Yeah, I know what you mean about that.
Yeah.
Got rid of him. Yeah. I've been binge watching Picard at the weekend. Finished the first 2 seasons. Going to start season 3 this weekend. You're in for a treat with season 3.
I was going to say you've watched the dross. Now you're going to watch the best, and you're going to go, "Is that the end?" And it is.
Yeah, it is. But it's a great ending. They did it well.
I've watched season 3 of Picard about 3 or 4 times. I think I've watched season 1 and 2 once each.
Yeah. Season 3 is just amazing. Fantastic. Ross says, it's not me. I'm Ross, the Rangers fan.
Oh, I think it's because he might have thought that something was him as a doppelganger. Don't worry, Ross. We don't hurt you.
No, it's all right. Just change my picture. That's fine. You're all right. Don't worry. Yeah.
Unfortunately, like I said, we just bypass all that. We're not bothered about it all.
Andy makes Star Wars season 3 of Picard is really good. Yeah, it is. It's fantastic. Mm-hmm. And then we've got Pugwall evening. Great deal on the Herzog 8-disc set in most places. Any interest? Chaos.
Not sure what the Herzog 8-disc set is.
No, I don't know what is Herzog 8.
Shall I look it up? I'm not quite sure what that is. I'm intrigued to know.
Have a look. Yeah.
Whenever somebody comes up with a weird, I go, why is it that I should know what it is? But
we don't know.
Is it Werner Herzog? He's a German filmmaker.
I wonder if it is.
Right. If it is, he's come out with films Nosferatu.
Oh, I bet that is. I bet it's him.
That's the 1979. Nosferatu. Grizzly Man, Fitz Collado, Acquire the Wrath of God, The Best Fiend, The Enigma of Caspar Hauer, Jack Reacher, Cave of Forgotten, Strozerek. But I do recognize a couple of those in there. Nosferatu, obviously.
Yeah.
The Wrath of God. I think I know that one. That's that Aguirre. Isn't that the one with the chess playing?
Oh,
where they play chess between the devil and God or something. Is that right? Is that the one?
yeah, I've
I'm
seen
not
that.
sure.
I don't know if it's that one, but yeah, I know what you mean. The chess.
Anyway, Nosferatu, you've obviously
Yeah.
seen. Yeah, we've both seen that.
Yeah.
Bad Lieutenant, Port of Call, New Orleans. I think I've seen that one. There you have. I mentioned this guy the other day, Francis Truffaut. Do you remember? I was telling you that he collaborated with my favorite composer,
Yes.
Georges
Yeah.
Delerue. It says
Yeah.
French film composer Francis Truffaut once called Herzog the most important film director alive.
Wow.
American film critic Robert Ebert said that Herzog has never created a single film that is compromised, shameful, made for pragmatic reasons, or uninteresting.
Well, what can I say about
that? Yeah. So yeah, you got a lot to take in here with that guy. Yeah, bloody hell! Even I'm sort of like intrigued and go, yeah, I think I ought to start watching a few of these films. But I have seen Nosferatu.
Sounds pretty good, I would say.
You've opened our eyes, Paul. Thank you very much for coming in.
Yeah.
You've given me more information than I'm ever going to take in just by talking about it. There you are. Look at
that. Then we've got Steve Moles saying, Andy makes Star Wars. I've got both seasons of Strange New Worlds to watch as well, and Star Trek Discovery in the last season. Well, you got a lot there to watch.
Well, the first season of Strange New World you'll enjoy. Second season, I didn't. Star Trek Discovery, I gave in with after season 2. I've bought them all because I've got them all on Steelbook. But what I'm trying to say is, story-wise and as a concept, Star Trek, I think it's loosely based around Star Trek now. But Strange New Worlds, I was really impressed with the first season. It's just the second season. It's got singing in it and all sorts of shit. I don't like singing in Star Trek.
To be honest, I didn't like the first season of Discovery is perhaps one of the worst Star Trek seasons ever. It does improve a lot, but they've got the redesigned Klingons. It really is awful.
Well, I don't know. I disagree a little bit. I don't think it got better. I thought that the first and second season.
Well, maybe it got worse. And it's not brilliant. I don't think it's that brilliant anyway. But that first season was so bad. I thought, well, surely it can't get any worse.
They bloody well did. They quietly killed it off in season 5.
I'm afraid they I think listened to the fans and the viewing figures, and that's why they cancelled it early. It's got 5 seasons.
I think one critic turned around and said it was on life support system on season 3. Can you unplug the machine now?
Yeah.
Because that's we just want a quiet death.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It was like we're talking about Discovery here, by the way.
It didn't work. Discovery of how they. I don't know what.
But to me, it's supposed to be before Star Trek the original series, and they've got better tech than what Kirk's got. I was looking at it.
Yes, yeah. Oh, yeah. It's Strange New Worlds. Yeah. You see, that's the problem with Strange New Worlds. I think
at least they tried to hide the fact that
I don't think
Star Trek. No, what I'm trying to say is they tried to hide it with Star Trek Enterprise.
Yeah.
I mean, it didn't look white. It was a silver ship. That's because they couldn't afford the paint over the top. It was hard enough getting the metal up together to make a starship, let alone when they were firing at other craft. They only had machine guns. They didn't have lasers because they haven't invented the laser yet that was powerful enough to do any damage to stuff. They thought about it, but I looked at Discovery and I said, holographic bloody. They've got the biggest view scanner TV that you've seen in history. It was a wraparound thing that went right around the front of the thing. In Star Trek, which Kirk had to look at, he was looking at something that was about 16 inch. It was no bigger than that. If he walked past it in a flash like that. It would take you 5 minutes to walk past the bloody viewer screen on these ships. and it was supposed to be set a decade or two earlier. I'm going, what did they do? Downsize? For the original series? What was?
Yeah.
It didn't make sense to me. It was like it's supposed to be even more basic than the original series. In other words, if you've got a switch that you actually have to press on the dashboard, right, of the original series, then you've got to have an on-off switch like we've got in our wall sockets for this Starship that you're talking about. But no, they've got flat panels and touch screen and shit. And I'm going, now, honestly, this is wrong.
I mean, even though they probably thought, well, we can bring Spock in, and they brought a young Spock in, it's still. I shouldn't say that. The actor was okay, I think, at the job, but it's still just somewhat wrong with it. It just didn't. It wasn't right. It just didn't sit well at all with me, which is a shame. But it's maybe just. It seemed like a good idea at the time, but
everything's a good idea. It's just the way it's implemented these days.
Yeah,
they've got the wrong executive directors on board, as far as I'm concerned.
But the moment you start, as we've seen, introducing song, dance into things.
Yeah. Oh yeah, let's have a 50-minute episode where the only dialogue we've got is actually sung in rhyme. Yeah, that's a great idea. I think the actors are
wonderful.
Yeah, bet they did.
You know, I know they'll argue, but they did it in the past with other shows. It's not just Star Trek. Other shows have done musical bits, but I'll be honest, I never liked them. I never liked the music stuff in the other shows. You know, I remember Buffy did a musical show. I think a lot of people didn't mind it, but I just want the same.
Yeah.
Well, there we are. Tony says, if that's a Werner Herzog set, I have a couple. Starring Klaus Kinski, Fitzgeraldo, and Aguirre Wrath of God. Yeah, I've heard of that.
That's where I was saying. I think that Aguirre Wrath of God, isn't that the one where they have a chess game? I can't remember.
I don't know. But
I don't know. I'm saying I think that's what that is. I don't know. But like I told you, I said I couldn't remember who Herzog was until I saw Nosferatu.
Oh, right, yeah.
So there you are.
And Steve's Gaming says, Del, for the record, it was a Sony.
Oh, it was a Sony he had got. Yeah.
Tony Young says, fallen far behind with Star Trek, gave up on Discovery during season 4, same year. Only seen Picard season 1 and 2 and a couple of Strange New Worlds season 1 episodes. I think I'm sure you would like Picard season 3, but that's all I can say.
Picard season 3 is class.
Yeah,
because
it's like a reunion of the.
Well, that's it. They recognized it was the last one that he was going to be doing,
and it was good.
Well, then you've got to end it with all of his pals and friends around. So
let's be fair.
It's a fan service season. So.
Patrick Stewart could hardly stand up for so long half at time, and he was old. I don't know how old he is, but he's old, and that had to be it. It really did.
He's late 80s, isn't he?
Yeah.
Late 80s,
yeah. Steve's Gaming. Ian Dell, do you remember a film called How I Won the War? I never understood it all, but I always laughed at John Lennon. Yes, John Lennon saying, "Me feet's wet, sir. Me feet's wet." I know he was in that film, but I've never seen it. I've heard it being mentioned before that he was in that film.
I'm pretty sure I probably watched it, but can't remember it.
And Seymour says, I own the Pink Panther box set where you get 6 of the Peter Sellers films plus the Pink Panther cartoons. Oh, right. 6. That's quite a lot. I didn't know that there were 6 Peter Sellers films.
That's what I mean. I couldn't quite remember how many there were. I thought there were 4, but
Yeah, maybe it includes the 2 Steve Martin ones.
possibly.
Yeah.
And he says you get 6 of the Peter Sellers films he's put.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
Yeah.
And like I said, news to me, and so glad. Like I said, when I think about the Pink Panther, I get to about the 3rd and the 4th one, then I start to run and go, how many were there? I can't quite remember.
Yeah.
He died, as you know.
Yes, and they released that Cliff one, which
and the third one, as you know, is the third one is 1976.
Yeah.
So where did they get another 4 or 3 films out? Yeah.
Right. Stephen Taylor, Steven's Gaming. I hope you managed to get a new Blu-ray player and TV sorted out before Christmas, Steve. Yeah. Well, hopefully you should get it sorted out. Stephen Taylor, thank you, said Steve Gaming. Stephen Taylor, do you know if you're going to stream on Xmas Day as it's on a Wednesday this year?
Over to you, Ian.
I've decided I'm not going to stream on Christmas Day, but we will be back on New Year's Day. Definitely on New Year's Day, because everybody will be so fed up. Hopefully, they might come onto our stream and get even more fed up. But yeah,
I'm so glad that it's Ian that's got to answer that question, because I tell you what.
Yeah, I know.
A couple of years ago, my blog is always on a Sunday, right? Christmas Day was a Sunday. New Year's Day was a Sunday. I had to do a 2.5-hour blog on Christmas Day. And on Boxing Day, I thought, friggin' hell. And here we are chatting to somebody that just happens to be that the holidays land on the Wednesday instead of the Sunday. So somebody else's problem, not mine. But as it is, when it comes to, I mean, the nice thing about Ian, he recognizes that there's going to be shit on at Christmas. I was talking to Stephen, Steve's Gaming that was on just now. The thing that we all can do as creators, we can record stuff and actually have it premiere or out on Christmas Day. And there's nothing stopping us doing a Christmas message to everybody. There's nothing stopping us doing a 5-minute, here's me playing a game, whatever it is, just to take you away from that crap that you're going to have to watch on BBC and ITV. If all of us creators did 5 minutes and we look at our subscription channels, you'd find that you wouldn't be short of watching something on Christmas Day. You don't have to do a live stream. You don't have to do it live. There is something, as long as you've got something that says, my mate Ian's wished me a happy Christmas on a message to the then I'm happy. And that's how I am. I've gone through so many days just recently where I've watched pre-recorded stuff, equally as good as the stuff that you see live. Live is nice because we can all chat together. Nothing will beat that. But I tell you what, if all I got was a recorded message, I'd be happy. As long as I'm not watching flipping Strictly Come Bollocks and shit. You know what I mean?
Strictly Come Bollocks.
Well, it is, isn't it?
I love it. Could imagine it.
I mean, somebody said, what's it called? Called the midwife a bitch? Is that what it's not called the midwife. It's called the midwife. Called the midwife a cow.
That's been going years, hasn't it? The midwife thing as well. God. How many years did BBC do this?
Yeah, it's all creatures great and small with nurses.
Yeah,
they're always putting their hands and arms up things to get babies out and stuff.
They're all sentimental, aren't they? They really are.
I don't want Christmas to be about that. No, I'm sorry. It's
sugar and spice and not spice. It need a bit of spice, I think. Yeah. But anyhow. There will definitely be I'll be putting up a video on Christmas Day because I know I've got one to open.
Well, there you are.
Yeah, definitely there'll be one, and it's connected with Delboy. It'll be so. That's just a little hint. It's connected with the video.
Right.
But yeah, that's coming.
What have I done?
Yeah.
Well, you've just lost 50 views telling them that I did it wrong. That was stupid of you, isn't it?
And Steve's going, thanks, Guy. Just ordered season 14.
Yeah.
Don't you think BBC or whoever should be giving us some money?
If we have some commission, please.
But yeah, I'm glad you've done that. Fantastic.
Yeah.
But we ought to get a few quid for this. Talking of Ridley Scott, just seen his epic. Oh, Kingdom of Heaven.
Yeah.
All the way through for the first time. Over 800 years later, and it's a similar scenario in the Middle East. Yeah, that is very sad.
Kingdom of Heaven. I think it's a bit of an underrated film. It's not one of Ridley Scott's best, but it's certainly a good film. It got the sort of reception that 1492 Conquest of Paradise got. You know what I mean?
Is it a crusade film? Kingdom of Heaven.
Sort of, yeah. It's religious. It's religious overtones, isn't it? It's all about that sort of thing. Like Russell Crowe was in a film, wasn't he, called Noah?
Yes, I've got that to watch.
You know what I mean?
I've got that to watch.
So
actually.
Kingdom of Heaven is sort of like it looks sort of like almost identical. It's really gritty.
I like biblical films. I love biblical films. You can't beat a good biblical film, definitely. Sounds interesting. That sometimes if your disc stick, it could be alignment of the tray or loose connections.
Well, there is that, but this is where I was saying my argument is: are there enough people that are telling us what type of discs they're putting in, whether they come from this manufacturer and all of that sort of stuff? An alignment or a laser, not and all of that sort of stuff can cause stickiness. What you got to remember is that the lens is on a cog wheel, and the cog turns around and the laser moves its head. If those cogs aren't greased up, they will stick. And there you are. You get then a stuck disc. When you then eject the disc, you're spreading the grease again, aren't you? Because the cog will spin round and it'll eject the tray and push it back in. And so therefore it'll re-grease the wheel, but then it'll get dry again. See what I mean? So you could put it down to, it could be cogs, it could be anything.
It actually could be something simple like just giving the disc a clean. I've done that. Just give it a quick clean.
There's so many people though that are turning around and saying, I'm playing it. It's brand new. I've cleaned it out the disc tray because I've been told that's the best thing to do because of residue and all of that sort of stuff.
Yeah,
I get halfway through and it stops. And all I'm saying to that is, well, it had that then, right?
Yeah.
And then people are starting to say, "Oh, it happened on my Sony," and then somebody else will turn around and say, "Oh, it happened on my Sony as well."
Yeah.
And then suddenly people start going, "Oh, don't buy Sony," but it's not that. You got to understand it could be that it was a bad. There's so many now that are doing disc recall programs. All the Rockies had a problem.
Yeah.
All the Rocky 4Ks had a problem. They had a disc remaster done, and if you wrote to Warner and you said, "I bought this set," they'll turn around and give you a whole new set of discs, right? What I'm trying to say is some things are manufactured.
Yeah.
They can be manufactured. You've got to, as us as purchasers, as us as buyers, we now have to do so much work to find out: is it the disc that's at fault? Is it a problem with the player? Is it a problem with? We now have to look and we have to jump through hoops to find out whether we've got if the problem is us or the problem is them.
In a way, you have to keep an eye on YouTube and all the other sort of areas of news. If anybody comes up with any problems, they're there often, aren't they? They'll tell you, "Oh, there's been a problem with this disc and that disc." You have to keep up with it, really, don't you?
Yeah.
Ross says, "Yes, Dale, Sunday blog is a great listen." Yeah.
Oh, well, thank you.
I always say that. It is. And
I hope people like it. Obviously, it was what I first did. But if you look at the amount of videos that I've done, YouTube content, you'll see that it's superseded now by all the rest of the stuff. The blog is now. I've done 146 blogs, and I've done 300. I don't know quite how many. 372 videos.
Yeah.
So obviously, I've done more other stuff than I've done blogs.
Yeah.
So, I'm hoping that I'm not going to just be remembered as, that's the guy who did a blog.
Yeah. Yeah. You want to be so much more than that.
It's a channel called Retro Zone because it's a retrospective of everything, film, games, consoles, everything. It's a retrospective, not, I called it that for a reason because I'm into the Twilight Zone.
I mean, with your
Retro Zone, you see. So
with your channel, I understand you have a lot going on, and you can't always do videos. Working. You've had a lot of health problems, which affects all this. So you can't really expect to do more videos. It would be nice, but there we are. It's our life, innit? And you have to just do what you can in life, and but you still manage to get out. You, from what I've seen, you always do the blog, but you do some other things. You will put maybe a couple more videos out, so that is it's something, and I think that's best you can do. You have to work with what you've got. And then Seymour says, Tony Hawk, I own the director's cut, Tony, a great film. All right, that's what I was talking about before. Tony says, Stephen, yes, I just got the BR Blu-ray director's cut. I only seen bits on TV before, never all the way through. All right. Christmas night watch.
Christmas night watch goer.
Yes. Remember one Christmas, me and my son went round to my parents' house, and they were watching Exorcist, then Omen 3, and my son was like, "This is crazy! I love it! What a fantastic Christmas film!"
That comment's come up because I said Alien Romulus at Christmas. What the bloody hell is going on at your bloody house? Jesus Christ!
Exorcist and Omen 3.
Yeah.
Brilliant. And of course, in Omen 3, it's got all the babies being born, isn't it? And so you can link it up. Yeah.
Oh yeah, great. And fun times around your house. Yeah.
Give me an idea to do
opening presents presents with Ripley from Alien is not my idea of Christmas. I'm sorry. It's not the way they are,
Steve Bowles, tell me what.
Can you imagine that? Can you imagine that Christmas on the Nostromo? Can you imagine that?
Yeah.
Right. What have you got for Christmas? Oh, I've got antacid stomach tablets to stop. I don't think that's going to help you with the chest buster, mate. You're still going to come out your chest. Oh, all right.
Alexandra is supposedly an interesting film, isn't it? And Troy, I've never seen them. I've not seen both of them. I'm sure they're good.
Yeah. I've seen Troy. That was pretty poor.
Was it? Oh, what? In what way? Acting, CGI.
Oh, it was even. I think somebody labelled it Troy less, wasn't it? Try less. I think it was like 3 hours long, and everybody was saying, "Yeah, my arse hurt watching that bloody film."
Really? That bad?
It's all right. What I'm saying is, it's a bit long.
Yeah.
It's not the epic like Gladiator. You got to remember, Troy came out after Gladiator. Everybody looked at an epic film then, therefore, as being, well, you need something that's going to beat Gladiator, and nothing could. You know what I mean?
Do you get the wooden horse?
Yeah.
Troy, yeah. You get all that. That's something.
I can't remember which one was worse, Alexander or Troy, but I do know that Troy got some all sorts of puns like Troy Harder and
Yeah.
all of this sort of
I
stuff.
think
Do you know what I mean?
Alexander did as well. Didn't get a lot of good
Oh, you
reviews
know.
either. Then Andy, it sounds more like Halloween. Yes, that's true. Andy makes ours. You waste more time flicking through channels now than back in the day. We had 4 channels, then 5 in the early noughties. Yeah, it's true. Actually, I go on Amazon Prime, and you end up flicking through everything. You're thinking, why am I flicking through this? You spent ages flicking through all these blooming
Yeah.
films, thinking, oh, should I watch that one? Should I not?
Well, this is
What's
the
that?
thing. Back in the day, I used to love. I used to love the fact that my dad would bring in and said, "Yeah, we've got the TV and the radio times," and I'd get it out and I'd get my red marker and I'd be circling around
That's
all the
right.
things I
Yeah.
want to bloody watch. Right now, you know you don't even need a bloody thing about what I'm going to be watching because it'll be none of it.
No,
It's all
exactly.
shit.
Yeah.
It'll be on in the back. It'll be on in the background, and that's about it.
Do you know? And I'll tell you something. That Christmas radio times, it'll be blooming expensive.
Yeah.
At least a tenner, if not more. That's how bad it is with magazines at the moment. Yeah. I've just got a bit of a. I don't know if this has happened in your area, but I know magazines are in total decline, and I only get one magazine, SFX now. But in our town, WH Smith's is closing. I can't believe it. It's been here in our town since I came to this town.
What's that?
It's closing, WH Smith's.
Oh right, yeah. RWH Smith is more a post office now than a WH Smith.
And that's sad. That something that was so well established. I've got so many good memories about WH Smith, going right back to even as a child. But now, it's sad. But if there's nobody going in, nobody buying anything from it, what can you do? That's it. It's as simple as that. You said it. They had post offices, didn't they? They tried to get going in WH.
That's what I said. Our WH Smith is a combined post office. And I'll tell you what, the post office is the only thing that's doing any business.
Yeah.
Mills have got next to nothing there. It might well be that WH Smith does great business when I'm not there, but not as in people buying a paper.
Yeah.
You know, when they're going to work, but I'm not there when that happens.
Yeah.
I go in at lunchtime and it's empty.
Yeah.
Apart from the post office, there's a long line.
Must have happened 2 hours. Yeah, it's in a shopping centre.
Yeah, that's where ours is. Ours is in a shopping centre.
It's mind you, the whole shopping centre's dying. I don't know. Most of shops seem to have closed in that now. So maybe that's it. Because if there's not enough shops, if it's looking pretty depressing with all shops closing, this is what's going to happen. People are not going to bother going in. And WH Smith says that's it. It's had its day. And that's sad. Yeah. It's the end.
Yeah.
I never thought I'd believe that, but when I saw that, because I've known it so long, WH Smith, it's very sad.
Yeah.
Tony says, Stephen, I have Troy and Alexander on DVD. Not sure which cuts on them. Long time since I watched them.
I know they were long films.
The long films. Tony, my parents are nuts. We watched insane stuff at a young age. It sounds well. At least it's interesting. Definitely. Why not? If they're not. Ross, Christmas night probably watch. George and Mildred. It's easy watching.
Yeah.
Yeah. We Bob Art. Hello. I think that's hello. We'll watch on the catch up. Hope you gents are well and life is treating you well. Yeah, we're here. We're still going on.
Brilliant. I love Wee Bob Art.
Thank you for joining us, Wee Bob Art. Andy makes Star Wars 80s Christmas. Always Star Wars, Raiders, James Bond, and classics on Christmas Eve. Mary Poppins, Mary Poppins, etc. All those. James Bond. They don't have. Do they have any James Bond at all? Much?
Well, they show. The trouble is, they show them all year round now. It's bloody hell. I mean, there's one.
It's not special.
It seems like I turn on ITV3 and they're showing the Roger Moore season of Bond. And it'll be
I never watched. But the fact that he's saying it's ITV3 or whatever shows you what they think of it. Yeah. Obviously. Seymour's, I got rid of my TV license about 6 years ago. I hardly ever watch TV other than the EastEnders. I bet it hasn't even improved now. Plus, the license is going to around £174 average. And I'll tell you something. I think within 10 years that license won't exist. Well, BBC.
What it is, Ian, is that in 2 years' time the government are stepping in. They are forcing the BBC to make a change. I think in 2 years' time it will be a digital channel.
Right. I didn't know it was only 2 years. It's not long then, is it?
Yeah.
Well, they've got to. There's no choice. I can't see any other way around.
Well, think of it like this: you've got a TV license at the moment that's been around since what the 50s.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right. And there was no such thing as scrambling the signal so that you were recognized as watching that channel, right?
Yeah.
Here we are in 2024, and our TV license apparently is subsidizing the channel, the product that BBC come out with.
Yeah.
I could go into court and I could turn around and say, prove to me that I watch BBC.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And really, you'd think to yourself, anybody that said that in court would win, right? Because there's no way of proving it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right. But apparently, just you having a TV set means that you have to actually pay the TV license.
Isn't that ridiculous?
And yet, it's actually linked to the BBC.
Yeah.
So the government are now saying, I'm sorry, but you've been around for this many times. Sky's been able to scramble a signal for years and years and years. In other words, you could have a Sky dish on your channel, but they can scramble that signal and you would not be able to watch that. And therefore, you are not a subscriber. So why is it that we're in 2024 and they're saying just the very nature of you having a telly means that you're watching BBC One?
It's
not at all.
Ridiculous.
My mum doesn't watch EastEnders anymore. She doesn't really look at all that stuff. And yet we're paying and she's 83.
Yeah,
and she's forced to pay 174 quid for it.
Yep. Yeah.
Does any of that money go to ITV? Does any of that money go to Channel 5? Does any of that money? No. They've got individual television contracts that say your advertisement pays for that. So where this £174 then? Who's getting it? Right?
I mean,
is it 50% BBC, 50% government? Is it all BBC? What? Where does that 174 quid go? Because I tell you what, I'm looking at the stuff and everything's a repeat or some.
Yeah.
Or like I say, call the mid bollocks and shit. You know what I mean?
My TV is not plugged into any aerial. It's just on Wi-Fi. Yeah. That's all it is. It's just on Wi-Fi. So why should we be paying for that? We don't pay. I'm not paying. I pay enough for Wi-Fi already.
It's not on Wi-Fi for Freeview. It's still an aerial.
Well, I don't watch Freeview.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say is you can still pick up BBC on a Freeview box, which is so old, it still is picked up by aerial, not Wi-Fi. But what I'm trying to say to that is it's digital, because remember that was the digital switch on service, but it's still picked up through aerial, and that's So what you're talking about is more to do with like Sky boxes that pick up Wi-Fi, and then therefore they don't use the satellite dish anymore, and that is therefore digital. Internet streaming, that's digital.
That's it. I can do all that. Yeah.
Freeview built into a TV is mostly Wi-Fi.
I've just realised, because they're saying, well, and I do occasionally use the BBC iPlayer, so that's where they'll say, you're using iPlayer. and that's
Yeah.
where they say
You have
that's what they were saying.
whenever you go to your Fire Stick and you go, right, I want iPlayer, or you go to your TV and you go iPlayer, it says we need to check that you've got a TV license. Give us this and all that sort of stuff. So and as soon as you're registered on there, then they say, right, then you've got a TV license. So therefore 174 quid and all of that comes in.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, like I said, it's a shame, but as soon as you do that, you know, they think that they're going to get 174 quid. The thing is, there isn't anything, I think, on the iPlayer that says, can I actually be removed from your iPlayer service because I'm now not watching the BBC? I think they keep you on there, and then therefore they assume that you've now got you've got the BBC for the next 5 years.
Crafty.
Right?
But you say 2 years' time, it's all going to change.
Well, what I was told is that
the
last review was 3 years ago, and that's when they told pensioners they had to pay again. You know, because it used to be subsidised.
Yeah.
And 3 years ago was when the government turned around and said we're not going to subsidise the BBC anymore, and the BBC then was in the firing line saying, where exactly does your money go then? Because you're now forcing pensioners to pay 174 quid.
Yeah.
I think the reviews are every 5 years.
Yeah.
So that means that in 2 years' time, the government are going to be coming down on them like a ton of bricks, and they're going to say, sorry, but it's 2027 now, or whatever, you know.
Yeah.
2026. What are you doing about proving that you know that the BBC is being watched?
Yeah.
And if they turn around and say iPlayer, then they've got to turn around and say, right, then you've got a record of people's names that basically say iPlayer watcher, and therefore that's legitimate for you to have 174 quid. Show me a granny of 83 that's got an email address, and so therefore you've got to take, you know, that you know, you can't expect them to pay 174 quid. You know, there's going to be all these talks. The talks are going to be all around that sort of thing. You know what I mean?
You can imagine one of the first things they'll say is, why are you paying all this money for sport?
Well, that's the other thing.
They've lost a lot of sport already.
Did you notice that? They've got rid of Gary Lineker. Gary Lineker said, oh, please don't get rid of me. Just cut my wages down. He was crying like a big baby.
He was,
But the other thing I noticed is they've retained his services for at least 6 months to a year. Well, that takes you again to a year away before the BBC is re-looked upon as how do they spend their money. And his wages being gone, well, there you are. You got 24 million back straight away because that's how much you were paying him.
Yeah,
you know,
I surely think they'll lose all their sport. Wimbledon will be a prize one for everybody on other Sky and what have you, and Match at Day will probably go. That'll probably disappear.
Yeah, well, I was upset when World of Sport with Dickie Davis went. So there you are. So
and Matt, the World Cup, they supposedly have got. They have to show it, don't they, on BBC and ITV? It's one of those things that they're supposed to show. But I wonder if that'll change.
Yeah,
I wonder if that'll change now.
Anyway, that was an interesting little conversation for
Steve. But it's
Steve
an interesting direction. And I'm a pensioner in 2 years, so don't worry.
Too late, mate. There'll be 180 quid from you, Guy. I'm telling you now.
Tell you what, Fleabag sounds a delightful watch. I know what you mean. Yeah. I have seen trailers to that Fleabag, and I thought everybody going, "Oh, she's wonderful. She's very funny," and I thought, "Oh, that sounds bad." They just didn't look right.
I'm all for women having a program that talks about the dilemmas that they have, and I'm pretty sure women have had to have that dilemma of a choice in the bedroom. The thing about it is what I'm saying is I would rather watch an episode of Steptoe and Son where their biggest dilemma is how we're going to open a tin of bloody beans tonight, than somebody that's talking about whether they're going to have something poked up from behind or not. You know what I mean? So,
I think I would rather watch the Steptoe.
you know what I mean?
Again.
Maybe it's me being old or something.
No,
But
it's you being quite right. I'm a bit squeamish anyhow. The thought of all that stuff is just.
I mean,
too much.
the thing about it is that makes me laugh is that somebody turns around and put Fleabag and Christmas special together. It's like,
No,
how the hell do you make a Fleabag Christmas special?
What a nightmare! Oh no. Anyhow, Andy McStowell says, "Haha, Boots Christmas adverts. I had to watch in advance when I worked at Boots late 90s and met Michael Caine when he was shopping in the store. Oh, that's great. That's cool.
That would have been wonderful. Can you imagine you're a Woolworths employee and they actually choose your store or something to do the latest Woolworths Christmas and Windsor Davis is there and all that sort of stuff. And
fantastic.
All that'd be absolutely marvelous, wouldn't it? I mean, Michael Caine.
Michael Caine. Fantastic. Love it.
Marvelous.
Yeah.
I'm dead jealous.
Yeah. Suta, will you watch Doctor Who on Xmas Day?
I think we've answered
it can't get any worse. I think. Well, I don't know. He probably can. It's so bad.
It depends on whether you watch. It depends on whether you watch this year's episode. That's what.
Oh God.
On whether it's going to get worse.
I bet I do end up watching it after all that I've said, but it's not going to be a good experience.
I tell you what, right? If Doctor Who is on, and on the other side it's conflicting with the news, I'm watching the news.
Yeah.
Does that give you an indication?
Yes, you are. Same with me. You're spot on there. If it's I think, I'd rather watch that.
It's got to really conflict with something really worse than Doctor Who for me to watch Doctor Who.
If I'm in the middle of watching Chitty Chitty Bang Bang, right?
Yeah.
And I know that Doctor Who's
I've got to put this on pause because Doctor Who's on.
I'm not switching over.
Yeah. Oh shit, I better pause Chitty Chitty Bang Bang, Doctor Who's on. It's not the words that are going to be uttered this Christmas.
No, it's not.
You know what I mean?
I'll stick with it. It's not that tripe. No. I have seen the trailer and it does look awful. I shouldn't have watched the trailer. The
thing was is that I saw a snippet of it even earlier because it was on Children in Need, right? I was doing something. Yeah. I was getting ready to do a chat on somebody's channel, and Children in Need was on. And I happened to just hit the connect button and it said, and now we're going to show you a quick snippet of Doctor Who. I turned around and I went, all right. And I didn't recognize who the companion was. And the next one, I was looking at it, there was a Tyrannosaurus Rex eating some sort of like set. You could tell it was a set. And I was going, what? Tyrannosaurus Rex? And I mean, you'd think now that, you'd get Steven Spielberg effects being as that was the 90s that they did the Tyrannosaurus Rex skin for Jurassic Park. You'd think the BBC could do that now. I looked at it and I went, Christ, it looked like something that Airfix made and sprayed green. You know what I mean? It was like, I'd rather watch Doctor Who and the dinosaurs in the John Pertwee era than what I was watching there. Bloody awful.
It is.
It made Tarzan's treehouse look like flipping Wayne Rooney's mansion. You know what I mean? Jesus.
I know exactly what you mean. Oh dear.
What a set. Oh, I wonder where the collapsing arms were. Oh, look, just down there. Look, there you go. Yeah, that's really in a tree. Look, with a brontosaurus in the background, just walking past.
I bet he'll start dancing, singing, crying. You'll have it all. It'll be wonderful. Not at all. Oh man.
No, you'll be upset if I didn't rant. So there you are.
Beat me up, please. Yes, anything. Tell you, the Porridge film is a good Christmas watch. It's set in winter. even get to see some snow. I think, well, yeah, I'd rather watch that a million times any day of the week.
Brilliant film.
Yeah.
You know, blink and you'll miss him, but you've got characters from a lower low in it, haven't you? You got what's his name? K. When he plays the main actor in a lower low.
Oh, is it Pete? Was it? No, as I said, Peter. No, not Peter Kay. I know what you mean.
Anyway, he was the bus driver, weren't he? That was tied up and put on the toilet.
Yeah. Oh, great. Steve Gavin, Doctor Who on Xmas Day on Blu-ray, yes, but the new Doctor Who, hell no. I like saying hell no.
Steve and I are on the same boat on the same page with that one. Really.
Andy makes Star Wars. 11th Doctor's Christmas episodes are good. Tenants as well. I'm not the biggest fan of Capaldi, to be honest.
Well, you miss Matt Smith in the middle there.
Yeah.
Capaldi got a bad rep, I think. People were saying, well, you've gone older. I didn't have a problem with that. I had a problem that you had a writer that was writing things like sonic glasses and sonic guitars and things like this, turning the sonic screwdriver into anything. I mean, he could have had a sonic ring on his middle finger or something, right? And it was just getting ridiculous because, to me, that's what it is. It's a sonic screwdriver. You knew exactly what it was there for. It was part of the TARDIS toolkit. So you wouldn't have a sonic guitar in the TARDIS toolkit, would you? It's just a step too far for me. You know what I mean? So all I can say about it really is that Matt Smith wasn't too bad. Capaldi wasn't too bad either, but he fell into that trappings of probably a bit of script rot. And then, of course, we all moved into the era of having Jodie as the Doctor, having a woman Doctor. I've got nothing, no problem with a woman playing the Doctor. Really, again, it's just a bad showrunner making a situation worse. If you're going to make a bold statement and say, right, the Doctor is now a woman, then you've got to write scripts that can back that up. As far as I'm concerned, that weren't there. So, I wish I could tell you more about. I mean, really, I loved Christopher Eccleston. Tennant's Doctor wasn't too bad either. I liked it. I think sometimes people talk about that era a bit too much and say that it was a gold standard. There was a lot of good stuff. There was some pretty awful stuff in there as well, though. We have to remember that just because you put David Tennant in the titles at the beginning doesn't mean that episode is instant gold, right? There was some pretty shit in there, just like anything else. I wasn't a big fan of Matt Smith at the beginning, and he sort of grew on me. But not to the point where I thought anything was better than classic Doctor Who. To me, Doctor Who is classic Doctor Who. That's me being probably an old fuddy-duddy. Right. This miserable bastard's back. You're gonna have to take over the reins just for a moment, and just remember as well, Ian. Sorry that I might have to leave a little bit earlier.
Yeah, sorry. I'll speed up. I'll try and speed up.
That's all right, but I'll be back. I'll be back in 5 minutes. I just need.
Okay. Right.
You carry on. Right. You carry on going down the list. Don't worry.
Yeah, I'll go on. Yeah. Right. So yeah, thank you, Andy. I'll now go to the next one. Charles Duncan, Ian, that is a brilliant Beatles Blu-ray box set available with loads of Beatles videos and different alternatives on it. Over 50 videos. It's called One Plus. I like the sound of that. The only problem is I don't know how expensive it is, but that sounds really good. 50 videos is a hell of a lot. Especially when you get different alternatives on it. That sounds a real gem as well. Blu-ray, of course. So I bet it is quite expensive. But if you're a collector of Beatles, that would be fantastic to have in the collection. I definitely need to get that bank robbed pretty soon. I think he's definitely. Tony says, I have my DVDs, Blu-rays divided between watched and not yet watched, with a few exceptions. Thankfully, the watch section is the biggest. Yeah, well, yeah. I try and keep up. I'm normally I maybe have about 3 or 4 perhaps to watch of my Blu-rays. Or maybe not even that. It might be less, but I don't have that many. I maybe about 3 that I haven't watched. The DVDs, on the other hand, there's still quite a lot. But I don't mind that. The great thing about the DVDs is dipping into them and thinking, I want to watch something, and you just go over and pick some and think, oh, I'm not seeing that, and just put it on. So a lot of that is thanks to you as well, because there's some great DVDs you sent me, and I just love them, and they're great to just put on and think, oh, I haven't seen that one. Absolutely love it, fantastic. Yeah, that's my collection. And Stephen says, Toyo, that's a great idea, Tony. Yeah. Hello, I'm back from the comedy stand-up. Clifton Baptiste from Phoenix Nights. Hello, Jamie. Well, sounds like you had a good time there. Great. In Leeds, of course. Why not, indeed? Brilliant. Tony says, I heard some muttering going on there. But anyhow, Tony quite recently put the vast majority of DVDs into plastic sleeves, saves loads of space. Think just half of my discs will be DVD. It sounds like a very good idea, but I'm a bit sort of what the word is. I like having them in the cases, and I can see that it could be a problem in the future. But I really do like having them in the cases, and something about me, I just can't. Though I have got obviously so in the plastic sleeves and that. If I could transfer them and put them into cases, I do eventually do that. That's what I want to do.
Yeah, I've got a quick answer to that one as well.
I just really love the DVDs. Or Blu-ray cases, Blu-ray DVD. I think it just seems it's something in me. I just like having them, the cases. You pick it up and you just love having it, and the sleeve and something about it.
I mean, I've got my own answer to it, and it sort of it mirrors actually both of you actually.
Yeah.
So you're pro the case, and Tony is more space orientated. Both of you are right. There's no right or wrong answer.
Yeah, I know there is.
The thing is, I went through that phase myself when it comes to gaming. Right, gaming came in big boxes, right? Huge, great, massive things, right? And inside it was one CD, right? And a pamphlet that was no thicker than that, right? And in the end, I used to think to myself, well, I could put that disc in a DVD wallet, right?
Yeah.
And I've still got the game and the booklet. I could cut the serial number and stick it in with the disc, and there you are. I could install it whenever I want.
Yeah.
And most CDs were coming with the manual in PDF format that was actually on the disc itself.
Yeah.
So you didn't even need the manual, right? But the trouble is, when you go into Keck, they want the box. They want the whole deal, right?
Yes, yeah, that's right.
The other thing is, things are now being looked upon as retrospectively. So a lot of nostalgia, and the nostalgia is the box. Like a vinyl record is nostalgic because you've got a great big huge piece of cardboard, that covers the disc, and when you open it up, you've got the lyrics and all of this sort of stuff.
And that's why VHS have come back. People supposedly VHS, they like the covers of the VHS.
So later on in 10 years' time, you might be going through regret and going, I put more in bloody DVD wallets and all. Don't get regretful. You had the right choice at the right time. It's just that it might kick you up the arse. I don't know. Because I'm forever recycling my stuff from DVD up to Blu-ray and then Blu-ray up to 4K, and then therefore, if I was to go down that route, I'd be taking in a DVD in a plastic sleeve, and I don't know what Ken would say about that, or and if I was to give it to my cousin, say, they'd look at it and go, "What's this thing?" It's just a disc, and you have to look at these things as what's important to you, and you're quite right. You can print off now a cover, right? So you can actually make the case again. So you're probably along the right lines, Tony. There is no right or wrong answer to it. It's what works for you.
And also, I think I have no regrets. I know some people do, but I have no regrets about getting rid of all my VHS things. I have to be honest. I have to say, the quality. Once I'd seen one DVD, the quality, it just totally thought, I don't want these at all. But there is a nostalgic thing. There's channels now. There's some good channels. Video Tasties, what a great channel he's got. He's all into VHS videos. But for me personally, I'm not into that at all now. I'm quite happy I got rid of all my VHS, and some of them now are probably worth a bit more money, but I had a big collection. It was taking up a lot of space. DVD came along, just blew it out of the window. So that was my decision, and I stick by that. I'm not going to think, oh God, I'll have to start collecting VHS tapes now, forget this and that.
Tony's just come up with a report. He's turned around and he said he actually keeps them in tall plastic sleeves. Again, like I said, that's a great idea because you're keeping the main sleeve. You're just discarding the big plastic case. No, you can buy plastic cases in their hundreds in boxes for around about a $5. So you're probably along there is no right or wrong answer.
No, there isn't. I agree.
I'm just letting you know that for me there has been some remorse because the boxes were cut thick cardboard. You had to use bloody great big marking. You had to use like Stanley knives to cut through the bloody cardboard. That's how thick it was, just to put them in wallets and stuff. And again, there wasn't really big sleeves that would cover a box. Gaming is a different thing. It's a different thing to films. But what I was saying is it's similar on what I did. Do you know what I mean? Back in the early 2000s, when I had literally no space, I think
it is all about space ultimately. It is. And that's why I feel I still stand by the decision about getting rid of all the VHS ones. To me, there was no decision because I'm not going to go back and buy them again. I'm not going to go like that. But I know some people now are thinking, oh, it's quite, they want to get, and that's fine. If they get something off that, I'm not going to, criticize somebody who does enjoy that again. But for me personally, that'd be defeating the whole object. If I suddenly started collecting VHS again, where would I put the buggers? I mean, it'd be just taking up space that I need for my other collection. And so that's why I wouldn't go back down that route. But I have seen people, they do get into all this collecting, and that's fair enough. I always say, I'm not going to criticize people. If it makes them happy, then fine. Yeah. It's just me personally, I wouldn't do it, and that's how I have to look at it. There's no point in getting worked up because people are, everybody has their own thing and enjoy what you do, whatever it is.
And again, that was an interesting discussion, so that was good.
Yeah. What I liked about Miss Tony, I don't know. Did we have a good Delboy rant?
I hope so. I hope I've given what the audience wants.
Actually, the discussions we had, I thought, and I really enjoyed them. is what we had about Christmas and
Yeah,
what
Christmas was
people
a good
watch
one.
at Christmas. That was an excellent discussion. And
I suppose this is probably a good opportunity to let people know that Denny and I are doing our Waldorf. We're doing our Waldorf special before Christmas, where we sort of talk about what we hate about Christmas. It's like the two Muppets that were in the top. Boo, rubbish, worst thing ever heard. Boo.
Yeah.
We sort of think of ourselves as those two grumpy old gits talking about Christmas. And we did that last year, and it was very successful. And we're doing it again, I think, Christmas
So have
Eve.
you got a date of when you do it?
Well, that's the thing. We got Denny's supposed to call me this week, and I said, "Well, we need to get an advert out."
So next week on live, we should have a date for that, should we?
Oh yeah.
Brilliant. So we'll publicize that next week.
It's all down to whether he's working Christmas or not. I have no idea what he's working. You know, he works some of the time on Christmas Day. His girlfriend, who is, he's going to be his wife at some point.
Yeah.
She works in the homeless shelter, serving out food on Christmas Day.
That'll be a busy time at Christmas.
When you talk about that, it's very difficult for me to tie down dates.
Yeah.
And I finish work on the Friday before Christmas. So I've got Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and then it's Christmas Day. So there is 4 days that I could go, any of those days I could do something. But it's down to what other people are doing. So
Yeah. Right. Tony says, evening, Jamie. Quite a bit of Doctor Who talk. Broke down Blu-ray players. Broken down Blu-ray players. We had quite a big discussion about Blu-ray.
That's a highlight. Fleabag was a highlight. Mrs. Brown's Boys was a highlight. And Leeds stating that Christmas is cancelled this year. That was a highlight.
Jamie says, did you enjoy Pat Garrett and Billy the Kid, Ian? Bloody great Sam Peckinpah Western, in my opinion. Yes, look, it's here. I loved it. Absolutely loved it. Fantastic. And you got 2 singers, Chris Christopherson and Bob Dylan in it. Fantastic film.
And I gave an answer to that in my blog, didn't I?
I thought I'll give him a question about singers and films.
And I brought up Millennium because I remember we talked about it, but I don't.
I've got Millennium on Blu-ray. It's a great film. I managed to get
the other fan McMahon was that I'll show it off again quickly. There we go. I finally got round to watching The Seventh Samurai, which is now in my plastic casing. I have watched that now. I did talk about that at the beginning. And I talked about Zulu Dawn.
Yeah, there you are. And so we have got Saul Smitherson, Werner Herzog. Oh, yeah, that's it. We mentioned about him. He popped up. Grizzly Man is a great documentary by Herzog. Here we are. Fitzcarraldo is a brilliant.
I mentioned all of these names, and I was going, do you know what? I haven't heard of that.
Yeah, I've heard of that one. Definitely, I can see the film poster of that. Yeah. I'd forgotten Nosferatu by Herzog. I have that too. Aguirre is set in here we are. Conquistador era South America. Oh yeah, excellent. Favorite Klaus Kinski film?
What is your favorite Klaus Kinski film? I haven't seen enough of Klaus Kinski really, but Nosferatu always sticks out whenever I talk about him. So,
I have to say, but everybody says it, but it's Blade Runner, isn't it? It's such an iconic speech. Something very special about that moment, and the fact that he captures that moment. He's incredible.
He drops.
It's just incredible.
He drops the unicorn, doesn't he, on the floor?
Yeah.
Doesn't he?
No, it doesn't, does he? the unicorn is at the right at the end of the film.
Oh yeah, it's not him.
And that's somebody else. That's the other bloke. I forgot
that's
his
the
name.
other bloke, isn't it?
Yeah. But Klaus Kinski, I think it's because
I was gonna say it's Rutger Hauer you're thinking about.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Oh, right. Yeah. Sorry.
I was going.
Right. No, you're
I was
right.
going. You know, because he talks about his eyes, not seeing.
Yes, you're right. I'm sorry about that. I've totally got it wrong. Yeah, it is Rutger Hauer. Yeah.
Because I was going. Klaus Kinski is he the bloke? Was he dressed up as the bloke with the glasses that drops the unicorn at the end? Because I can't think who you're talking about.
I know my memory is totally gone this week. It really has, and that is a good example. Of course, he's not in Blade Runner.
I put it down to the fact it is 20 to 12. So.
I'm sorry, I can't think of any at the moment of his films.
Like I said, Nosferatu is not a bad choice.
That's the only one I can think of. Yeah,
I mean, he's been in some films about ballerinas and all sorts of stuff. I mean, I just don't know the names, and
we'll try and hurry up for you because I know you're getting tired and I'm getting tired here.
It's just I got to get up early in the morning.
Yeah, I think he's brilliant in The Great Silence. Jamie says
I've seen The Great Silence. Yeah.
Tony says I have a soft spot for Venom, where he stars with Oliver Reed and Susan George. It's daft, really, but I still enjoy it. Oliver Reed and Susan George, I'm on board.
Yeah.
Just said it straight away. Very downbeat ending of Great Silence. Fantastic spaghetti, though. Interesting to see it set in a snowy mountain landscape. Makes a change from the standard desert settings.
Oh, I'll tell you what. What's really good? Spaghetti hoops. They're really good, right? They come in a tomato sauce in a tin, right? About 35 pence.
We have to have a food spot. The Delboy does food.
Oh, sorry, you were talking about West Spaghetti West. I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about Heinz and saying spaghetti hoops and shit. Oh, sorry. The alphabet ones are brilliant. You know, anyway, carry on.
Anyhow, there he is. He has his food. Yeah, Delboy does food. Del, I have a feeling there's a chess game in an Ingmar Bergman film.
That's the one.
Played with the devil. That's it. Not sure. I've never seen any of his films. Just heard about them. That's
the one. That's the one I was talking about.
Ingmar Bergman. Yeah. Not heard of Venom. I almost thought you meant the Tom Hardy superhero.
So did I for a minute.
Agreed about Great Silence, such a bleak western with some amazing cinematography. There's a chess scene. Yeah, this is the Bergman Seventh Seal. That's the film.
It's just that if you do look at that other film, it's very much a medieval on a coastline. I remember. You see, the reason I get confused is purely in my head. I'm going, hang on. There was a chess game played by a coastline. It was black and white. It's famous. It's against the devil and it's against another character. And I was instantly thinking that's what that was, and it wasn't. You know what I mean? It's just, but it's just that if you look at the cover of the film that you're talking about, you almost see a person dressed up in medieval or armor type stuff. And I thought that, that's that, isn't it? That's that, Seventh Seal, of course it is. Well documented, brilliant film.
Yeah,
I've seen it, but I couldn't remember. I've only seen it twice, and I can't remember the name.
I've not seen it, but I've seen clips of it.
I've seen it all the way through, and I've seen it all the way through twice. Just that the last time I saw it, 89.
Yeah,
probably. So 89, 99, 2009, 2019. There's 35 years ago now. Unfortunately, when it comes to 10 o'clock at night, 35 years later, I ain't going to remember it's called Seventh Seal off the top of my head. You know what I mean?
Actually, it's more like 11:30, so we better move on.
Yeah, I know.
Sintel, did you know the most famous catchphrase from Star Trek, "Beam me up, Scotty," was never actually said in any of the TV or film series? It really surprised me when I read it. Yeah, well, I knew that. Yeah,
It's well known. I
yeah,
think the closest he said was Scotty, beam me up.
yeah.
He didn't say beam me up, Scotty.
Uh,
Yeah.
I think that's true. Tony says, Jamie, Venom is a 1980 UK set kidnapping themed film. It goes wrong when a highly venomous mamba snake gets loose in the house where Kinski and Reed and George are holed up under siege. Good fun. That description sounds great there.
He ought to
Good.
write. He ought to
Yeah.
write the back covers of half of these films. I tell you,
Yeah.
I'd rather buy them.
Terry says Seventh Seal rings a bell. That'll be the one I was thinking of.
Yeah, that's the one that I was thinking of.
Yeah. McMahon I love Oliver Reed, so I might try hunt that down, Tony. Yeah, Oliver Reed.
The one thing he hasn't done so far is tell me whether he liked Nighthawks or not.
Oh yeah. He might do that. Jamie, I had a DVD. I managed to get a US Blu-ray quite recently. Think it was Blue Underground label. Yeah. Del, do you know if you can play a Region 1 DVD on the Panasonic DP UB820 4K player? Is there a hack? I know a hack that works on Blu-ray, but doesn't seem to work on the Kolchak DVD. Oh, crikey!
Yeah, this is a problem. There, you can buy a region free UB820 4K player that's already had the chip in place to make it region free. There is a software hack which works on Blu-rays but doesn't work with DVDs, where you actually press the top menu at the top 5 times and then hit the eject button, and then when you put it in, it plays it plays it as a multi-region Blu-ray player. It doesn't help with DVD. DVD's a different region of the BIOS that's inside there. I haven't read in any AV forum a direct method to do it, but I haven't got a UB820 player anymore. I've got a 9000, which the 9000 is similar to the 820 but slightly different. I don't play DVDs much in my 9000, so I haven't really looked to see whether my American DVDs will play in my British UB 9000 player. Do you see what I mean? So I'd have to purposely look for you to see if you see what I mean. I go to a site called AV Forums. My thinking is there will always be a software way. However, you might need to have one of these one of these universal remotes, and one of the expensive Logitech ones, where you can program a series of numbers or a series of letters, and then when you stream it to the infrared sensor on the player, it permanently changes the chip so that it's multi-region. You used to be able to buy these ones because that's exactly what the store sold that you bought the DVD player did to make it multi-region. They used to take 50 quid off of you, no word of a lie, take your player out the back, program the wand by a barcode, fire the barcode signal at the infrared signal, put it back in the box and say, there you are, multi-region. Right? That's how they used to do it back in the day. DVD is always had on the chip every region code. They just locked it. They locked it to be, and all you were doing was unlocking it. Right? But I think it's gotten a bit more comprehensive now, where they've permanently locked it by jumpers on the actual board itself, by cutting wires. You actually cut the line to the pin that actually has the ability for you to play that region. They've actually done things like that. So that means you would have to know a bit about soldering to make it multi-region. Do you see what I mean? But I'll look it up I'll try and look it up for next week, man. I know you've got a UB820, so it'll be easy for me to remember because mine's a 9000. So yeah, I'll look that up. I'll see if I can find out.
Okay. What says, cheers, Tony. We'll take a look. Tony says, can't play a Region 1 on my 4K player, but I have a Blu-ray player that I got a hack from eBay for a $5. We'll now play Region 1 DVD.
Yeah, because like I say, you used to go to AV forums, and basically it's the same thing. All eBay is basically a scalper's way of getting money for something that they pulled from an AV forum, basically.
Yeah.
Same thing.
Yeah. Ian, what's happened to your film reviews? I don't know. I'm still doing them, but they keep getting they're getting there. I haven't done as much. I've not been doing quite as much just recently because I've been more about problems here in house and what have you. And it's been
you've been doing calonetic exercises to keep warm because the boiler
the saga of the central heating still goes on and on. And now
can you tell me though, is the boiler fixed now?
No, it's not really properly fixed. I've got a way around it.
Let's get a petition together. Let's get Ian warm again. We'll put the petition out there. Ian to get warm again for Christmas.
They've ordered a part, they said, and they're going to ring us when they've got the part. I've heard that one before, haven't you?
Bollocks.
Yeah.
I bet you anybody they've taken the part out of it and they'll refurbish that part.
That's right. No, we need some
and then charge you for a new one. That's the next thing they'll do.
Yeah. If you put in an import Blu-ray, when the error pops up, press stop. Then top menu several times. Seems to work on Blu-rays on the UB820. Oh.
Yeah. So remember, I told you hit the top button several times. Yeah. It's in other words, that's a hack, and it's built into the chip. Yeah. So in other words, it already recognizes that sequence.
Yeah.
The way that you need, but that's for Blu-ray.
Yeah.
DVD is a different medium again.
Yeah.
And therefore you need another method. And it's probably got one, but nobody's written it down because hardly anybody plays DVDs in their 4K players, right? Remember, that's 2 steps down. You see what I mean? But there's bound sure to be a way. I refuse to think that there isn't. You know, but you can buy the UB820 as a region 3 player. You can it. You go to Amazon and it will show you that the region 3 player is £100 extra.
Yeah,
that's bound sure to be somebody with a chip that's soldered in and all of that. You see what I mean? It's probably
making a bit of money.
Yeah.
Right. So we've got welcome to Lasagna. Hello,
lasagna. There's a picture of lasagna.
Hello. And we've got Muckman. Alexandra is terrible. Yeah, people say that Troy was okay, but nothing special.
Oh, I just want to say hello to lasagna as well. Sorry, it's just his name's he or she's name was lasagna. All
right. Charles Duncan, talking about disc faults, I bought Ivor the Engine 39 episodes. It would only play 9, exchanged it 3 times at the finish, asked for my money back. Well, that's
a shame.
Terrible.
Did you look into that, Charles, and find out whether it was a batch? Because Denny's got Ivor the Engine, and I don't know whether he's opened it up and played it yet. But I'd like to go back to him and say, check it out. If you took it back 3 times, because it might be there's a faulty batch out there, and they're doing a disc replacement program. I don't know. That seems very unfortunate. Jesus.
Yeah. You ought to have a word with Danny about that.
Oh yeah, I want to go back to it now. I only know what Charles has put. I don't even know if it's the same 9 episodes that played. You know, I've got no idea what has been put there. So,
but is that to get his money back? That's not a good sign, is it?
It's a bloody expensive set.
Yeah.
It's those special bomb, the ones like Bagpuss. They're done by the same company. Put them on Blu-ray, and they've upscaled them and all of this sort of stuff. I haven't bought them because I've really, although I've got a nostalgia for Ivor the Engine, I wouldn't pay 50 quid for 39 episodes of Ivor the Engine. I mean, I'd rather just watch them as a special 50th anniversary of children's TV or something. You know, with a documentary attached to it, than put in a disc and watch it. You know what I mean? I don't think I'd ever get round to it.
Right.
I'd rather watch Children of the Stones, and, and Rent a Ghost and all of that.
Tony says, I only have Region B or Region 3 Blu-rays.
But again, he was talking DVDs, not Blu-rays.
Yeah. I'm lucky that I have been able to get one of my players to play the other regions of Blu-rays. Definitely.
See, Blu-ray and 4K are very close together, but the laser for DVD is different. It's not the laser's different, but I think the color of the laser that it does, it's not blue, it's red.
Yeah.
And it changes color, and therefore it goes to a different part of the chip. I think you'll find it's something along those lines, and that's why it's harder to do.
Tony says, I much prefer Troy. Alexandra must have been quite bad, as I can't remember anything hardly about it. That's a very good point. Yeah.
I just remember my backside being numb after watching it. That's
Steve Gaming says, aha, the TV times, radio times is marker pen ritual. We all did it and look forward to getting them. Of course, and that's when they were separate. You had to buy both radio times and TV times.
Yeah.
Those were the days.
Do you know if they've actually done a radio and TV times this year?
I bet they have. I haven't seen anything, but
if they have, I bet you any money it's £5.50 or £6.
I'll tell you,
it's half the thickness of the 70s stuff.
The normal everyday radio times, I saw it in our local shop, and it was nearly £7.
Shit.
So could you imagine what the Christmas one was?
Because it's 2 weeks. It's 2 weeks, not a week. It's 2 weeks.
I couldn't believe
£14 to tell me that frigging Mrs. Brown's
boys is on. To 15. Round it up to 15.
I've got an answer to that. You can stick up your ass.
Yeah, exactly.
There's 14 quid for Mrs. Brown's boys and Fleabag and shit.
You know what the sad thing is? It's like, if you bought that, you wouldn't look at it. You just buy it. You'd just think, oh, shit, I've given up. You wouldn't bother. It'd be a complete waste of money.
I've got a TV guide built into the TV telling me what's on next. What do I freaking want that shit for 14 quid?
I'll tell
you why people buy it. It was something like a ritual to have the Christmas special. In the Christmas special, there would always be a front cover of something like Delboy and Rodney and that on the front
that's right.
cover. And if you go into it, you'd find that there'd be a section where they've interviewed, David Jason, and you'd want to read that. I bet you any money there's a Doctor Who picture on the front of the BBC's radio, Radio Times or whatever it is. Does that make me want to read what Guilty Farwell is doing or whatever his name is? In that magazine, it's like you. I could read that SFX. Magazine
exactly.
Special,
exactly. Does your mum still want to do the radio times and TV times?
Does she? She goes. She can't work out the remote on Sky, let alone open the magazine.
So she's not going to be wanting them at Christmas. Then
she'll be asking me what's good on, and I'll be saying, and I'll be telling her this year, nothing, Mum, nothing. I've recorded a load of stuff on the Sky player that you can watch over Christmas. All right.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
And then I've got to teach you how to play it back.
Jim Jam Movies is here. Good evening, guys. Hello.
Hey, it's Jim Jam.
Yeah.
Jim Jam movies.
So, Stephen Taylor, are there any films that everybody seems to love that you don't like that much? I thought the Lord of the Rings trilogy was a bit boring and too long.
We've had that question a lot, haven't we? A film
yeah.
that basically disappoints.
I'll be honest, I love the extended Lord of the Rings trilogy.
I'll tell you what, I was one of those people that couldn't wait until the extended one came out.
Yeah, I've got it on 4K.
I was going, what? You telling me there's a version that's got 25 minutes extra? I want it. I want it. I want it. It like this.
It's a real treat. But I do understand not everybody probably does like it. But I loved it. I thought it was an absolute treat. A real treat. So that's mine.
At the end of the day, you could look at it like this. It's a much the same way. Before we had DVD players, before we had Blu-rays, before we had VHS recorders, right? The way that you'd know Lord of the Rings is reading the book. If you were a kiddie at school, right, and you know how old you are, you're about 8, 9 years old, and somebody gave you the book Lord of the Rings, you'd look at the thickness of it and say, no fucking way.
Yeah.
Look how thick. That's going to take me a year to read that book, right? It's going to take me a year. You look at The Hobbit and it's like a third of the size. And you said, it took me 3 months to read The Hobbit. And you're giving me this book. It looks like it's going to take me a year. And then somebody comes along 45 years later and says, I thought Lord of the Rings trilogy was a bit long. Have you looked at how thick the bloody book is?
I love your logic.
It's the same thing.
Yeah.
It's the same thing. It's like, no bloody way am I having that.
I wanted more. I still wanted more.
I'll read Spot teaches you the alphabet than Lord of the Rings. You know what I mean?
Right. Let's move on then. Time is getting on now. So just answer a question for him. Is there any films that everybody loves that you don't like that much? Pick one.
I'm just trying to think because we've answered that question a lot, and I had a good answer before.
I know mine. I'll just pick it. You know mine anyhow. 2001.
Oh yeah, you choose 2001.
But you probably have one. Everybody does have one that sometimes everybody loves and you don't.
Everybody loves that. Yeah, I don't quite like that much. I'm just honestly, I know my brains are swimming at the moment. There is. I'm just trying to think. Oh, Christ.
Do you want me to move on, and you might?
Yeah, just move on. I'll easily be able to answer that at the end. I'm sorry about that.
Yeah, that's all right. I don't want to. It's too long now. Did you used to buy releases from Woolworths? Yes. That's my answer. I'll just say yes, I did. Love Woolworths.
Yep.
Only good thing about Alexandra is the bedroom scene with Rosario Dawson. Or is that her name, Rosario Dawson? Oh,
what's that? Good. The only good thing about Alexandra is the bedroom scene. All right. I can't remember that.
No. Tony says, "Evening, James," and he says, "Do you remember a series called Dawson's Watch on BBC?"
Yes, I do.
No, I don't. It doesn't ring any bells. Is that a new network release by any chance?
No, I bet you it is. But I remember Dawson's Watch. Very.
Is it about?
I mean, well, he sort of like it starts off with it sort of starts off in black. It's in black and white when I was watching it.
All right,
Dawson's Watch. But maybe that's because they got rid of the color tapes and they've only got black and white recordings of it. It looked very much like David Frost. He's in town. He's got a sort of place where he's in a media center with loads of computer banks, and then he does these sketches.
Yeah.
It was good, but it didn't last very long.
No.
Les Dawson tended to find he had one season and was moved on to something else apart from his own. I think his own Les Dawson show, if you see what I mean.
All right.
But I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what's come to mind in the last question. 2 films, right? And this is where I was trying to think.
Oh, the love. Oh, yeah, the film. Yeah, yeah.
I've never gotten on, and this is going to confuse people with the Big Lebowski.
Yeah.
Right, which is the Coen brothers, and I don't know
That's
why.
right,
I've just never really gotten on with it. But one that really, I just never understood why it got so many Oscars and all of that sort of stuff was La La Land.
Oh, yeah. You know, I'm in total agreement. I heard
I've seen
going
that
on
film
about
twice,
that.
and each time I've been bored shitless.
Yeah, so have I.
I'm still looking at it and I go, this won Oscars?
Yeah, they did. The people
and every time I've watched people talk about it, they show the same scene again, which is them on a bench and then suddenly going into tap dancing routine.
Oh no!
Outside, underneath this lamp with a bench.
Yeah, yeah.
And I'm going, is this the only bit in the film?
Yeah, yeah. No, I agree with you totally with you. Jim Jambo says, "I Tony." Blasphemy, kick Stephen out.
Oh, Lord of the Rings, yeah.
Yeah. Everything is closing around here. Our post office was closed 3 to 4 years ago. The other week, they even removed the post box on our street. If I want to post even a letter now, it's a 45-minute trip. I mean, that sums it up.
You see, that's what I was talking about. He's got to do a replacement. They're not going to send anybody to pick it up. He's now got to walk 45 minutes with a Blu-ray player in his arm to get it back. And then they won't send a replacement out until they receive it.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
Now, Amazon, if I phone them up,
yeah,
they'll send me a replacement while they're waiting for me to send it back. But for him, he's got to send it back before they'll get him another one. I don't understand what the difference is between him and me, other than I buy a lot of steel books from him.
Are they deliberately trying to run down the post office?
I don't know.
Because that's what seems to be happening. I mean, what can you say? It's ridiculous. And no wonder town centres and everything's been pushed away. Town centres dying.
I feel sorry for Steve. What's the next question?
Yeah. Jim Jam, would you say your favourite episode of Only Fools and Horses is and why?
Oh, in my blog, I gave 5 bloody episodes out. Somebody told me you were lucky to write down just 5. I mean, everybody talks about the same ones, don't they? It's like the one where they have to change the chandelier. There's the one where Delboy falls through when Delboy falls through the bar, you know, where the people walk.
Yeah, everybody talks about that one.
There's the one where he's dressed up as Batman and Robin and runs through the mist and all that sort of stuff. It's like there isn't a fave episode, it's favorite episodes, and so therefore we can't answer the question because it's just too deep.
The chandelier, everybody.
I will refer you to 4 weeks ago and look at my blog.
Yeah,
Jam. Hopefully you already know what the answer is, though, because you've read it, you've seen it already, and you've forgotten. But I don't know.
Trigger's broom.
Oh yeah,
I love that.
It's had 14 handles and 16 heads. That's the same bloody broom then.
Yeah, Trigger's broom is fantastic. Was you a Netflix subscriber when you had discs in post?
No.
When
I used to rent discs in the post, which was done through WH Smith and Love Film, I was not a Netflix subscriber. No. But we're talking early 2000s, and I was copying DVDs and putting them in my wallet because I'd rent them, right? But Netflix was something that you needed a fast broadband thing, and I lived in a town where we just didn't have fast enough speed to be a subscriber. No.
Jim, that doc on Mary Poppins was brilliant on Disney Plus. Oh, yeah, right. That's good.
They've done many documentaries, but they've done recently one on Disney Plus, and of course it's a Bob Wise film.
All
No, it's
right.
not. Sorry, that's The Sound of Music. Sorry,
That
Mary
Sound of
Poppins.
Music, yeah.
The Mary Poppins one. Yeah, there's didn't Tom Hanks play Disney when they were talking about Mary Poppins, and they did a documentary around that, didn't they? Because it was to do with how they tried to sell Mary Poppins, didn't they, to Disney. She didn't want anything to do with it. Said that the nanny was not the way that it was supposed to be. And what's all these songs doing in it? And it was played. I forgot what her name is. She was married to Kenneth Branagh. What's her bloody name? Anyway, that was quite good.
Delboy, when we next meeting up, long overdue a catch up.
Well, we are, and it's one of those things where I'm now on the mend. I'm just going back to work, so I've still got 5 days holiday to book before the end of February. So it's bound sure to happen.
Good chance there, yeah.
You know, the space really.
Jim Jones, I really enjoyed visiting the first episode of Coronation Street. Yeah, I saw your video. Next one, first episode of Emmerdale Farm.
Yeah, but I've got a bone to pick with Jim Jam on that, because even when they're doing a celebration of Coronation Street and Emmerdale, right? And even if you look on their streaming service, they always show the first episode of them. Nobody shows the second episode. Why didn't you do the second episode, right? I haven't seen the second episode of Coronation Street. The second episode.
I bet it's not been released.
A long time.
I bet it's not on Coronation Street releases. For some reason, they skip it. They must skip it.
Yeah, they go to something like 1 year later. It's here. Yeah. You're going, what? and you don't. And there's like something like there's something like 60 or so episodes between those two things, and they always show the first one. I mean, I can tell you now. The Coronation Street music plays, and straight away you're watching two kids skipping on a rope outside what is now Rita Fairclough's grocery shop, and you've got two northern ladies talking about the foreign lady that lives down the street, and then Ina Sharples will come in, right? I know beat for beat the first episode of Coronation Street's first episode. And I know that the first episode of Emmerdale Farm is Jack Sugden coming for the funeral of one of the family members of Sugden, right? But what was the second bloody episode? I mean, that's why couldn't you have put that on?
They won't.
Bastard, I've seen those two.
Anyhow, been watching a lot of Dad's Army lately, classic viewing. Well, you can't beat Dad's Army. Right?
I mean, Jim Jam, have they now animated the episodes that are now missing? Have they done them all now and released them on DVD yet? They show them on Gold, but they haven't told me if they're on physical media.
They did some, didn't they? Where they got other cast, they recast it for about 3 episodes, didn't they? They did specials, totally different.
But what I'm talking about is they finally got round to using the animation people that did Doctor Who, the missing episodes of season 1, which is now missing for Dad's Army, because there's not that many episodes, but they've got the scripts. Yeah. And they basically animated them. UK Gold, or whatever it's called now, E-Gold or whatever it is, have shown those as a broadcast, but I haven't seen them on physical media that you could say the complete Dad's Army, where you've got the animated ones and then
they've not upgraded the box set then.
Yeah, so that's what I'm asking Jim Jam, because he's so on the know when it comes to TV
I don't know. He might know. I don't know. Hopefully you can answer that one. Tony says, don't tell him, Pike. Stupid boy. Charles Dell talking about faulted disc. I bought Ivor the Ancient. I haven't felt that.
Yeah, no, it's all right. He's rewritten it. That's all right. It said Ivory Engine, didn't it? Not Ivory
Engine. I visited Violent Night yesterday. Wow, what a film! Yeah, I've seen that.
Saw that last Christmas, I think. Was it last Christmas we saw that Violent Night?
It's on Prime at the moment, I noticed.
Well, I think it came out I think they showed it on 4K as a box set. It was a big thing last Christmas.
Yeah, I definitely might give that a watch. I haven't watched that. I'm in two minds whether to watch The Substance Oh, you
Well, yeah,
might
'cause
like
you'll
it.
get
You
two
might
separate
like it.
answers. You'll get two separate answers, one from Ian and one from me on
Don't
substance.
don't be
Yeah,
put off by seriously. Don't be put off by me. I mean, I like the film up to just a certain point. I think it's a great film, and Demi Moore is fantastic in it. I can't fault her, but I've got other things I didn't like in the film. But
yeah.
I would watch it. I think you should watch it if you can.
And I'm saying,
Um,
Ian, you're off your fucking head. Watch the substance. He doesn't know what the bloody hell he's
yeah,
talking about.
yeah.
Big Jam.
I know you loved it, and I understand that.
He's obviously from Leeds.
Yeah,
That's why
I've
he
always
doesn't know
loved
what.
the
That's
lead.
why he doesn't know what quality is. Next
Yeah,
question.
exactly. That's obviously true. Yes, obvious. What, in your opinion, was the worst sitcom Christmas special? Oh, bloody hell, I don't know. I know. Anything with Mrs. Brown's boys.
Yeah, I'd
That's
agree.
it. I'm just saying that's my answer.
I'd agree. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know you're in a bad place when the top joke of the Christmas special is Mrs. Brown answering an advert in the Irish paper that says she's trying to find out how much you get paid for owning a lighthouse because there's somebody advertising for lighthouse work duties.
Oh no.
And you just know you're in a bad place because
Yeah,
you're
you
going
wouldn't
lighthouse works. I mean, for God's sake.
Actually, the next question, comment: who likes Mrs. Brown's boys? Laugh out loud. I think we've just answered that one. Charles Duncan: people use their hard drive 7 day programmer to check what's on TV. That's why the magazine is failing now. Yeah, I'm sure it's true.
You know full well that the internet has pretty much killed the magazine.
Yeah.
So the TV programmer has probably killed Radio Times. But the BBC are bad because they published their own TV schedule on the internet on their own.
Yeah.
And that means Radio Times is worthless. Thank you very much. You know, you just saved me 14 quid. Thanks.
Tony says Frank Boff or Dickie Davis.
Dickie Davis every time.
Yeah, that's my answer. I think everybody. What year was your favorite Christmas Marco and Wise special? I don't know any particular year. I just like them.
Yeah,
I'll say the year that I like would be 1973. I'll say 73.
I can't tell you the year, but it was the year where they did the dance in front of the fridge.
Right. They were all quality ones.
You know when they got the sausages out and they were doing.
Yeah, I remember all that.
It was the stripper dance, wasn't it? Or whatever
Charles Duncan, the baby is frightened to go the perspiration service because they know people won't buy it. Oh, subscription perspiration. Yeah. It doesn't get you in a sweat. Cost of it. They know people won't buy it. Plenty more free channels to watch. I bet that's the blooming word thing that does that. I hate the word thing where you're typing and it just
auto correct. Yeah, auto correct.
Awful. Yeah. I
don't think it's quite that. I think what it is that the BBC know it's written in legislation that you have to pay a TV license, and the money goes towards funding the BBC service. And the reason for it is it's knee deep in the legislation where the BBC had a news service, and it also included giving out broadcast messages to people on boats and all sorts of stuff. You had long way. So basically, there was a service that actually was given to people that are in the services, like the army and all of that sort of stuff.
Yeah,
that is nothing now, but it's the legislation hasn't been rewritten.
Yeah, and it will be.
It's got to be rewritten. You can't have 50s. I mean, even now you've got legislation that goes through the courts about how minors are done and how cigarettes are sold and all sorts of stuff. You've got to be able to go now to the TV licensing legislation.
Yeah.
And basically turn around and say, this is old, it needs to be rewritten, and then look at the service and go, sorry, you don't provide that service anymore. Yeah.
I mean, the BBC have got such a big archive, they could produce a great subscription service. They could do it.
But I mean, at the end of the day, their Doctor Who box sets are what's is probably powering their whole physical media outlet. You know, it's like 3/4 of it is Doctor Who sales, the rest is the rest. You know what I mean? Because there is that bigger fan base.
Yeah. Jim Jam says, Del, you used to do another retro stream. I know you're older and remember more from the 50s. The 50s, yeah.
Such a bastard. And he wonders why I'm not meeting up with him. You need to do another retro stream.
But Ian remembers the 40s.
I need you to do another retro stream that goes back to the 40s. Thanks very much. Cheers.
Have you seen the trailer for 28 Years Later? Looks like it could be great. Yeah, in fact, I don't normally watch trailers, but that just came up. I watched it and thought it was a great trailer, and it didn't give too much away. That's a good point. And have you seen it?
No, I can answer that now.
Yeah, it was good because it didn't give too much away.
The answer I gave last time before the even trailer came out was it's 28 years later. Is any of them still alive? It doesn't make sense. Days later, but now you're 28 years past the pandemic, and you've got the original cast in it. How does that work? But anyway,
nice to see Spirit brings. Oh oh my God, what happened to Cillian Murphy in the trailer?
I know.
Okay, here's a question. What name did Ronnie Barker use when he was a writer on some shows? I don't know. I'm sure Delboy might know.
It was Wiley. His surname was Wiley.
Okay.
And I'll tell you what, the first one he wrote was the Four Candles script.
Yeah.
And he presented it to his partner, Ronnie Barker. And he didn't want any favoritism because he wrote it. So he wrote up a character. And if they both laughed, then they got it.
Yeah. Did it. And Tony says, Gerald something. Forget the surname.
Gerald Wiley.
Yeah. Who remembers Alf, the alien in the 80s?
Unfortunately, I do.
I don't. Unfortunately,
Alf stood for alien life form. He had a big snout, looked like an anteater.
Oh, I'm glad
the other program that was big at the time that was like Alf was Harry and the Hendersons, based on a film.
Oh yeah, I've seen that. Yeah,
that was a big grizzly bear, and both were shit.
Was. Yes,
both were shit. So there you are. You move on from
that. Charles Duncan, Del, the new Doctor Who is bloody terrible. Doctor Who singing and dancing. I know we moan every week, or I do, about it, and I think Del just gives up as well. We both give up on it. I've no charity shop look lately. Well, it could come. New Year might come, and
they're all going to be in the January. They're all going to be in the January. They're all going to be in the January sales, Jam.
And all bad Christmas presents they got.
Everybody returning their discs for 50 pence.
Yeah. Did you see Wonka? I've never seen the remake of Wonka. I kind of love it.
I saw it in the pictures. I bought the 4K of it. I turned around and said to it then, it will never beat the original, but it was a nice try and it was entertaining. And I'm sure a new set of kids love it.
Well, that's good. Yeah, you can't say fairer than that. I must have watched The Power of the Doctor 13's last more than most from that era. That actually was perhaps best story, the very last one.
Oh, you mean Capaldi's I'm holding on to regeneration, and he was doing the 10th.
That's where we got all.
It was the 10th planet. It was the 10th. It was the 10th. It was the story before the 10th planet, basically.
Yeah, and we won't talk about when that blooming David Tennant appeared again as the 14th or 15th. I've lost count. I don't know what the hell he was, but that thing. Oh, David's DVDs in wallets. I keep the paper sleeve with the disc in a tall
Yeah,
plastic
it's all
sleeve.
plastic sleeves.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's the one. Yeah, they was talking, not the small square ones. Yep.
Yeah.
Charles Duncan, Ian, if you're looking for the Beatles, sorry, I thought there's 3 versions. We've had this, haven't we? Oh, the cheapest is. Oh, sorry, the price. The 50 video set, maybe only available secondhand now. You'll have to shop around. The cheapest is £22. I suppose that is not too bad, really.
50 video set for 22 quid. I'd say that was a bargain.
That's rare and Beatles, but I bet that is difficult to get hold of.
Yeah.
Blade Runner is Rutko. Not there. You are, Klaus Kinsey. Of course, it is. My brain stopped for about virtually all.
Meant lead.
Yeah, and the 50 video Beatles set cost me £24, but that was 10 years ago. Oh, it will be all over eBay. Not watched Night Talks yet. Del, there you are. I'll have to watch my call check upstairs then. Okay.
All that discussion, he's got a bloody player that he can watch upstairs, the bastard. Yeah, cheers for that, man, bastard. Yeah.
Look, Delboy knowing stuff. Yeah. Del, it was a while back. I bought Ivor at least 10 years ago.
He's talking about the Ivor the Engine. He's talking about the Ivor the Engine DVD set, not the Blu-ray set that's come out. Right, okay.
Right. Howdy, folks. That's Scottish Geek Guy. Hello, welcome. Thank you very much for joining us. Scottish Geek Guy. Laugh out loud. Hoops. Wondered what video I've dropped into there.
What were we talking about? The hoops.
Spaghetti hoops.
Oh, right. Yeah. Spaghetti westerns, wasn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. I'd rather watch Ghostbusters than Galaxy Quest.
Ooh. I tell you what, I would be hard pressed to choose between the two. Yeah. I love Ghostbusters. I love Galaxy Quest.
Yeah.
I love Ghostbusters because of the humor of Supernatural. I love Galaxy Quest for the humor of taking the piss out of the Star Trek sort of like IP. So I like both, you see, but it's each to their own.
Yeah,
I understand where he's coming from. If you're not a big science, like space fan, then you watch Ghostbusters. But if you're not really a person who likes Supernatural and ghosts, then you'd watch Galaxy Quest probably.
Yeah. And this is, I used to knock sweets off the sweet pick and mix. I'll pick and mix.
Did we all? Do you remember going into
I love pick and mix. Yeah.
And they used to have them all open and you go, I'm going to eat them.
Might as well test a few. Let's just try a few. Oh, these are nice. Oh, yeah, I love that one. Oh, I'll try that.
Yeah, and then you worked out they were 60p a pound or something, and you're going, shit. How much? So then you tried to find the ones that weighed the least and just like
that. What film would you definitely make a cinema trip to see? Is that any film or what? I don't know with that question.
Well, for you, it'd be Interstellar 2, wouldn't it?
I'd love to see Interstellar 1, I think, at cinema. That would be the film, wouldn't it? That would be the film.
I mean, for me, it's a Spider-Man film because it's my person that I've collected since I was 6 years old. So,
actually, Interstellar is a good choice. Thank you for that. Yeah, because I do love.
I know you too well. You see, I've got you in my head.
$2.99 a quarter for pick and mix. Is that nowadays?
No, because there's no such thing as Woolworths.
No, actually,
I don't know where you get your pick and mix in Sainsbury's.
Did you know Wilco's?
Yeah, I think it is. I think it is. Do you know what?
I
think it is. I think it is $2.99 a quarter in Sainsbury's for pick and mix.
Oh,
I'm surprised that they still do them. I remember my dad turning around and saying, "You used to be able to go into an ironmonger's like Hoods, and you used to be able to put a pound of coach bolts, and you paid by the pound for them rather than individually. You know, you could buy you could get a scoop, get 5 1/4 inch screws, and you paid for it by weight.
Yeah.
Rather than, because they didn't want to count them when you got to the counter.
No, would you blame them?
So you did it by weight, and I went, really?
Yeah.
I thought they counted them and said, you're joking, aren't you? We used to go in there and we used to buy bloody bags of them, right?
Yeah.
And we did, and of course we did it by weight.
Yeah.
Went, okay.
Yeah, it makes sense. Who remembers when you could win money in Walker's Crisp, little blue envelope? Oh yeah, I do remember those little blue envelopes.
I remember you could win money, but I remember more about salt and shake bags than Walker's.
Yeah. Oh, I remember those as well. Yeah. The money. I think I did win a $5. That was it. I think once. Never anything more than that. It was all those coupons.
I probably ate the little blue envelope. I was going,
yeah.
Wow. There's a blue envelope in here. I must have just eaten it. Look at
that. Jim Jam's going, night, fellas. Well, you'll have gone by now, but thank you. Thank you. All the best. Night, chaps. Time for bed. Yeah. Good night, Jamie. Thank you for coming in. Tony says good night, Jamie. Night, Tony. Ross, does anyone like Alan Partridge? He was fantastic. I'm moving quickly. Yeah, I love Alan Partridge. Yeah. Fantastic.
I even like Alpha Papa, which was
great character, Alan Partridge. Yeah. Hoops, a favorite meal of Gene Hunt in Life on Mars.
Life on Mars, that's right. It was.
And Charles Duncan says, time for bed now, guys. Another great show. Bye now. Thank you, Charles, for joining us.
I'm glad you enjoyed it. I mean, like I say, it's been wonderful for me. I just want to say thank you very much for everybody that treated me very graciously. And I'll continue to bring out product as long as you want me about, you know.
And thank you, Tony, as always, for being in the chat and supporting us. He says,
no, stuff him. He hasn't sent me a He hasn't even sent me a disc yet. Up his ass. There you go.
Anyhow, I'd like to say thank you to everybody who's been here and listening to us go on, and hopefully you've enjoyed it. I've loved it, and thank you, Delboy, as always, for being here. It's been a great time. We've been over 4 hours now doing this, so that is fantastic. Thank you, everybody that's contributed in whatever way, just watching or making comments.
Yeah.
And that's it. So I'll just leave it for Delboy to say his farewell.
Oh, isn't it goodbye from me?
And goodbye from him.
Salute.
And all I've got to say is, I'll see thee again. Bye.